Yeah, I am so sorry. I'm a couple of minutes late, 4 minutes late to be exactly, because it's 5:04. I just got up. I'm trying to hurry up and get dressed and everything, getting my face and everything together before I do this live. It's always a fucking reason I'm late. I cannot be on time for shit. Man. I'm like, I rolled out of bed and looked at the time and I was like, shit. I was like, damn, I be acting like y'all gave me the time. I'm the one that gave y'all the time. I'm the one that told y'all time. I'm like, shit, give me a couple of minutes to get myself together. And we're going to get this live. Because I'm like, I rolled out of bed, running late as fuck. I'm like, damn. And Elijah didn't even go to his program today, so I knew I had some time to sleep. And I just went into a deeper sleep than what I thought. So, my apologies. Sorry. Where is my... all right. I'm trying to rush. All right. My son told me, he was like, Daddy, keep some of the white in your beard. Stop taking all the white out. And so I was like, all right, I still want part of it to be really dark. I like it. I prefer it to be dark. But my son was like, nah, he was like, keep some of it white. Oh, I promise you, one of these motherfucking days, I'm gonna be on time. So far, ever since I started this, it haven't been any of these weeks. But one of these days, I promise you, I'm gonna actually be on time. I promise you, one of these days, I'm gonna be on time. Ooh, yeah, it's a work in progress. I be taking my sleep. When I can sleep, I sleep. Shit. When I can sleep, I sleep. That's the one thing about it. Actually, my bad. Whew. All right, I'm done. Oh God, man. Man. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so not bad. Just 10 minutes late altogether. Just 10 minutes. It ain't that bad. Oh, God. What's up, everybody? Sorry for the late entrance. I was asleep, knocked out. Wasn't trying to get up until I looked at that time. I still got Christmas decorations upstairs. Ignore the upstairs. I got nothing but Christmas decoration. All right, Elijah, I'm doing this live on TikTok. For the Lord, He is worthy to be praised. His hand of salvation redeems us this hour. For the Lord, beyond the balance of our days, be glory and honor, dominion and power. Man, one of the exercises I've been doing is that, and this is done in a lot of different spiritual paths, religion, that they tell you to take every number is different. Some people say 3, some people say 17, some people say 21. That it says that, just move around, 21 things in the house, and, it changes your energy. It brings about, good energy. And so, I, switched up the house, especially, you guys know that I, went through a divorce. It's been 3 years now. And so, now it's all about changing the energy, bringing new energy in. And so this was the assignment that I did for myself, that, it's like, okay, it's been 3 years. It's time to change it up. And so, I completely didn't take away all of the old. I just added things to it to update the old. And so, I updated, the couch, and, really making the living room, more cozy, using my favorite color, which is purple, and purple represents royalty. And so it's really just changing it up, and, of course, everything in the house, it always, represent, what it is I believe, which is Igun, spirit guides, ancestors, the Orishas. And so, that is the thing that, I stick with when it comes to the downstairs, especially considering that this is where all of the altars are at as well. And so up top, you have the energy from the animals of what the animal represents to me, and the animals that I love. You have the rhino, you have the lion, you have the eagle, and then in the middle is a representation, of course, of the ancestors. And the ancestors is represented as females because the majority of the ancestors and spirit guides that watch over me and keep me safe are female. And that's why, when it comes to me, you see more female representation around the house more than anything. And that's because, my female Igun is loyal, baby. They said, baby, I got you. We rocking with you. We stand with you. And so every single time when it comes to the ancestors, I always represent females, and that is the reason why they are always supporting me heavily. Not saying that I don't have any male Egun, spirit guides, and ancestors. And then the bottom is a representation of the warriors. I really love these African pieces. It's like this guy with the drum. It reminds me of Chango. With the arrow, it reminds me of Ochosi. With the cannon, it reminds me of Ogun. And then it's them working together, taking out your enemies, hunting your enemies. And so that is just there. And then, of course, this is building Oduduwa altar over here. I don't have Oduduwa consecrated yet, but I do have Oko. I do have Oduduwa. And, all the other Orishas. You do know that, I'm a crowned Orisha, crowned priest. I'm crowned Oya. Oya is my head Orisha. And Chango is my father in the religion. This is just Yemaya, Olakun, and Obatala that sits in the living room. I love what I do for a living. I love working with the ancestors. I love working with the Orishas. Of course, the beautiful Oshun. Oshun must always be talked about. Oshun is that girl. Oshun is that real girl. You know what I'm saying? Everybody think they that girl, but not everybody. Nah, that's Oshun, baby. Oshun is that girl. And so that's the exercise I've been doing to just really release that energy. And it's like, look, it's letting your spiritual team know that I am in alignment. I'm ready for you to bless me the way that you see fit. I'm ready for you to, open doors of opportunity that you want to be opened. And so it's good to just bring that good new energy in. Let's try it. I'm gonna have to lay the camera down because I gotta go into a room that I can't show you. This is Oya, my head Orisha, of course. Oya is that energy, baby. And then of course, my father Chango. Chango is that dude. Chango is gonna lead you right every single time. Baby, Chango is that guy. No, Chango is that guy. If you want to know who that guy is, Chango, nigga. And then, of course, all my warriors and everything. So, it's like, work with your ancestors, work with your Egun, spirit guides, and ancestors. Let me go grab a few things, and we're going to get this party started. We are going to connect with Egun, spirit guides, and ancestors, and you know what I'm saying? For the Lord, He is worthy to be praised. His hand of salvation redeems us this hour. For the Lord, beyond the balance of our day, be glory and honor, dominion and power. Glory to glory to glory to glory to glory to glory to God. Glory to glory to glory to glory to glory to glory to God. Glory to glory to glory to glory to glory to glory to God. Oh. Baby, I'm telling you, if anybody can run late, oh, it's gonna be me. Now I can promise you that. That's no lie, that's no exaggeration. If somebody can run late, baby, it's gonna be me. I'm a run late. That's just what I do. I don't know. And baby, I'm gonna run late for all of us. Man. All right, let's start with, and I'll probably run a little over because Elijah is already here, but won't let you take up all of my energy now. Not all of it. And then I'm just now waking up too, so I'm trying to get myself to wake up. And so I like to start a little bit on time. I like to be here a couple of minutes prior because I do like to bring in good energy with worship and stuff like that, with some of the Psalms, because it's very important to do that when you're working with Egun, spirit guides, and ancestors. It's good to bring in that energy. It's taking a moment to say thank you, appreciating them for the things that they have done. That stuff is very, very important. And so, let's take a moment to, bring in good energy, and then we'll get to the reading. Thank you, Lord, for loving me. Thank you, Lord, for keeping me. Thank you for that day you came and broke the chains and set me free. Thank you for another chance. Gave me joy, now I can dance. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for one more day. You made the raindrops go away. Thank you, 'cause my pain is gone. I know it came to make me strong. Thank you for another chance. Gave me joy, now I can dance. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. And He's so close, He can hear you breathing. He's so near, He can wipe your tears. Lend your heart, he knows it's been broken. Standing with his arms wide open for so long, he's been waiting. Every day anticipating for you to realize that he's so close to you. He's so close, he can hear you breathing. He's so near, he can wipe your tears. Lend your heart, he knows it's been broken. Standing with his arms wide open for so long. He's been waiting every day, anticipating for you to realize that he's so close to you. Thank you, Goon. Thank you, Spirit Guides. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarabanda. Thank you, Arisha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Ola Dumaray. Thank you, Ola Room. Thank you, Ola Fee. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Ashe. Thank you, Lord. Don't forget where your blessings come from. Don't prostitute your ancestors and the Orishas by only calling on them when you need something. You're not going to like how that relationship turns out. Let's not do that. Let's not prostitute our ancestors and our Orishas. Let's put some on the ancestor altar. Give offering, break bread with the ancestors. Although this is not a divination that uses Elegua, we always honor, acknowledge, and reverence Elegua Your warrior should be with you in everything. You're tapping into the spiritual realm. You don't know what the fuck finna try to attach on to you and everything else. Break bread with Elegua. Break bread with your warriors. And everything that you do, break bread with your warriors. Always break bread with your warriors. Because you never fucking know. He's so near, he can wipe your tears. Lend your heart, he knows it's been broken. Standing with his arms wide open for so long. He's been waiting every day, anticipating for you to realize that he's so close to you. Everybody knows sometimes we all make mistakes. And when you try to do what's right, wrong gets in your way. You feel you're just a failure and you can't forgive yourself. But God can make it better if you only ask for help. There's no road that a place that's too far. 'Cause he's so close, he can hear you breathing. He's so near, he can wipe your tears. Lend your heart, he knows it's been broken. Standing with his arms wide open for so long. He's been waiting every day, anticipating for you to realize that he's so close to you. All right. Tragedies are common fate. I love that song by Mary Mary. But now we're ready. We're ready. We already about 36 minutes in. All right, I'm ready for readings now. I'm ready to start taking readings. You already know the deal. Send me the request. We'll get on. We'll do the reading. You get off. I go to the next person. I'm not trying to be on here all day. You know. I'm stuck anyway. I'm stuck for the next couple of hours. But the people that's joining, they want their turn. So let's be very considerate about, the person before you, the person after you. Cleanse y'all ass too. Because I don't know which one of y'all gonna be coming with that shit. Cleanse you too. All right, let's get into these readings. Let's get into these readings. Let's get into this reading. Hey, let's get into this reading. Let's get into this reading. Y'all know I'll be coming up with my own songs and shit, so get used to it. All right, what's up? How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I can barely hear you. I don't know if that's my phone or your phone. Oh,
Hold
that
on.
might
Let me
be
see if I
mine.
can.
I just checked my volume. I'm like, why are you so low? But now that was my phone. I was like,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
always got to check my phone first. All right, so I'm
I
gonna
see
get
you
into this
say.
reading. You already know. If it's anything too personal, I'll tell you that I don't feel comfortable doing the reading on live. If it's not nothing too personal, I'm gonna go ahead and continue the reading. If I tell you that I'm not going to do the reading on live, it's going to be your responsibility to send me a DM so that I can give you the reading later.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, Zoom. Thank you, Spirit Guys. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarah Vonda. Thank you, Arisha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Ola Dumaray. Thank you, Ola Room. Thank you, Ola Room. Thank you, Ola Fee. Let me know what it is that you're trying to convey. Let it be true. Let it be accurate. Ashe, 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 Ashe. All right, Spirit. What is it that you want to convey, Spirit? All right, starting off with the moon card. Something is veiled, is unseen right now to you. Or this could be a warning to stay away from somebody. The moon card has multiple meanings, but it is something that's not being seen right now. So now we need to see what is not being seen. What is the clarifier for the moon, Spirit? What are you trying to convey with the moon? The moon is clarified by the Seven of Wands. Perseverance. It's either you don't see somebody persevering or somebody don't see you persevering and putting in the work. Let's see what everything else on the board is going to say. What is the crossing energy, Spirit? What is the crossing energy, Spirit? What is the crossing energy? The crossing energy, we have the Hierophant, we have the Queen of Wands, and we have the King of Swords. Okay. What is clarifying the hierophant part of God? This is something that looked like God might be trying to put together. Let's see what the clarifier is going to be for this. What is the clarifier of this run, Spirit? What is the clarifier of this run? The clarifier is the Seven of Pentacles. Sevens is very significant right now. You have the Seven of Wands as the first clarifier. You have the Seven of Pentacles as the second clarifier. You could be saying 7-7. You could be saying 7-7-7. Seven is a very important number right now. It's carrying a strong message for you. And seven is divine completion. What is the crowning energy, Spirit? The crowning energy is the Six of Wands, coming in with public recognition and success and victory. What is the clarifier for the Six of Wands? What is the clarifier for the Six of Wands? The clarifier for the Six of Wands, damn, it's the Ten of Swords. There was betrayal here. No wonder. No wonder the moon is here.
Mm-hmm.
The moon said, this cloudy judgment. The moon said, nah, we ain't gonna play no games. There was a great betrayal here, baby. It's like, damn. And then especially coming from the King of Swords, the King of Swords can be a cold-hearted bitch. The King of Swords can be a very cold-hearted bitch. The outcome is the Three of Cups. Three of Cups is a celebration. It's time to get together and celebrate. Three of Swords is saying the celebration is coming. What is the clarifier for the Three of Swords? I'm sorry, the Three of Cups. I do that all the time. The Three of Cups. You like Three of Swords? Three of Swords is breakup. Three of Swords is separation.
That made me think I was gonna have to slap the shit out of somebody.
Three of Cups is here as the outcome. The Three of Cups is celebration. And we have for the clarifiers, we have the Ace of Swords. Clarity is coming in, and it's coming in with the Two of Pentacles. There's about to be a shift in this. And then we have the Judgment card at the bottom of the deck, which is what we don't see coming. So there's getting ready to be an awakening. Answers is getting ready to come with the Judgment card. When the Judgment card shows up, this is, visions and dreams coming to show you the way. The Judgment card doesn't play, and the Judgment card, it stays active until you get the message. And so, Spirit is saying, look, you're going to get this message one way or another. Your overall energy is the Moon card. Spirit is saying that there's something just unknown to you right now, that you are honestly not seeing what is unfolding in the background. And that's because when the Moon card is present, this is Spirit saying that I really don't want you to see nor understand what is going on in the background. Spirit is saying right now, the only thing I want you to do is just to be obedient and to just keep doing what it is that you're doing now. And right now you are in a really good energy of the Seven of Wands, that you are persevering. You're going through this. The Seven of Wands is a good energy because the Seven of Wands is not a giving up energy. The Seven of Wands is trying to maintain control, working through this shit, doing the things that you're supposed to be doing. The Seven of Wands is not a giving up energy where it's like, oh, this is somebody that's fallen into drunkenness. This is somebody that's smoking weed every day. This is someone that's depressed and sad and you're out of it. No, that's the Seven of Cups energy. That's the, Four of Swords energy, of giving up and laying out. This is an energy where it's saying that this is somebody that is, going through with ease, and, don't get me wrong, because it's easy to say that. It's easy to say going through with ease, because I hate when, people look at, strong spiritual people and, they automatically be like, oh, this person is, going through with ease and stuff like that. I can see the grace of God on this person's life and stuff, but it's like, bitch, we still cry too. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, we still cry too. We still have fucking emotions too. Like this stuff very us too. The only difference is our coping mechanisms is different. We cope in a way that we run to the altar, that we worship and we pray our way out of it and the whole 9 yards. But please keep in mind, for everybody that is watching, spiritual people hurt too. The same betrayal that destroyed you and your mama, and that's why this generational curses keep going through the damn family. That is the same thing that we deal with, the same magnitude and everything, but we just stop it at its core and say, this is not going to affect the next generation. This is not going to affect the bloodline. And so please keep in mind that your spiritual people go through shit as well. Just because it looked like they have a grace on their life and favor and all of this other stuff, it doesn't take away the fact that they have pain and they cry just like everybody else. Mm-hmm. And so, please keep that in mind. But getting back to your reading, with the Seven of Wands being here, this is very strong energy, because this is not a given up energy where it's saying that even though you don't see the outcome, even though you don't see what God is doing in the background, you are still standing still and you are still standing your ground. This is a very strong energy of someone that is really doing the work and everything that they are supposed to be doing. And so, good job and congratulations on that. You're in really strong energy. Your crossing energy is starting to tell the story of what it is that you don't see. What you don't see is the Hierophant is here, and the Hierophant is the representation of God in the tarot card readings. The Hierophant represents traditions. The Hierophant represents, religious order. And then you have it paired with the Queen of Wands, and then you have the King of Swords. And so this is a couple here. Spirit is bringing this thing together. Spirit is saying, look, at the end of the day, these are two people that Spirit is a demon that is supposed to be together. And you have, as the clarifier, you have the Seven of Pentacles. And the Seven of Pentacles is a very interesting energy, because the Seven of Pentacles is someone that is no longer willing to look at the present, but they are looking at the future. This is someone that is saying that, I'm no longer looking at what will benefit me, in this present energy, but what is going to sustain me long term, what is going to hold me long term. And so it is saying that, while you are in the energy of, and this is mirroring energy, I'm surprised nothing is coming out saying that you're twin flames. But I'm not going to say it's a twin flame, because Spirit didn't give me a card saying it's a twin flame. And normally when it's a twin flame, it's the same suit. It's the same energy. The Queen of Wands and the King of Wands, you're on the same level, but you're two completely different suits. You're different elements. And sometimes that can be the disconnect when it comes to the energy. The Queen of Wands is this is someone very beautiful, someone very gorgeous. It's radiance energy. It's the energy of Oshun. This is someone that breathes life into people. This is someone that is, very courageous and confident within themselves. This is someone that is very focused on life, that they know what it is that they want. This is someone that's very driven. The Queen of Wands has an energy that she has a powerful influence over people. It's not as heavy as the Queen of Cups, which is an evangelist, but it's still a powerful energy. Because the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Wands is, is a sweet energy. It attracts people, by her sweetness. Whereas the Queen of Cups is a full-blown siren. That's Yemaya's energy. But both of them pull energy very strongly. And then you have it paired with the King of Swords. And the King of Swords, the King of Swords can be very good when in the upright. The King of Swords is someone that's very intelligent. But with intelligent people, they often get stuck in their mind very quickly, and so, whenever you have, something that is ruling intelligence,
You really don't want to get into too many fights and arguments because they won't be able to process fights and argument as fast as you do. And they take fights and arguments to a completely different realm because whereas you can do fights and arguments based on, emotions of what it is that you're making me feel, the King of Swords do it in a strategic way. That, the King of Swords in an argument, they will tell you some shit that they really don't mean. And the only reason they're telling you this is to truly hurt your feelings. They are saying, this is how you made me feel when you gave me your message. And so now I'm just going to purposely tell you anything, not necessarily saying this is what I really feel, but I'm going to tell your ass anything because I'm going to, cut you down a couple of notches. And that's one of the things you got to watch out for the King of Swords is that the King of Swords is not always being honest in arguments. To them, this is a strategic game. This is them
Calculated.
playing chess. They will tell you some things and you will be really thinking, so this is how you always felt. They never felt that. They still don't feel that to this day. They just knew by telling you that it was going to hurt you so bad that it was going to take you a year or something to recover. That is the energy of the King of Swords. The King of Swords and the Queen of Swords, they can be very brutal when it comes to, communicating. And it's because they have mastered the art of communication. And sometimes they use that art as a manipulating tactic in order to get what it is that they want. And so, that is the thing we watch out for the King of Swords because the King of Swords is, that nigga where by the time he opened his mouth, oh, you want to close it through another means because it's like, nigga, I know you didn't just say the shit you said. But, keep in mind, majority of the time, the things that they say is not the things that they really mean. The only way you're going to really get what the King of Swords is really feel about you is in a calm state. Because when they are in an argument, it's a game to them. It's a strategic play to them. They can care less about your feelings and how you're going to put the pieces back together. They're only going to tell you what they need to tell you in order for this shit to end and in order for them to walk away feeling like they have won. And so, two completely, different energies. The Queen of Wands normally can never get into that mentality. The Queen of Wands is not going to get there, but the King of Swords can. You have in the crowning energy is the Six of Wands. The Six of Wands is telling you that public acknowledgement is getting ready to come. Now, the Six of Wands is a card of publicly acknowledging its victory and success. And so, with the Six of Wands being present, the Six of Wands is an energy that, this is somebody that's not going to, swiftly try to move back in a relationship. Because honestly, I really don't see a relationship yet forming. If that is this person's attention, it's still strategic in how this person comes back because I don't see a relationship. What I see is the Six of Wands is somebody that's going to come in and publicly acknowledge, the hurt and the pain that has occurred from the Ten of Swords. That this is some type of betrayal that they gave you. And even when we look at the next category, we go into the Three of Cups, where it's once again back into a state of celebration. But celebration doesn't necessarily mean, getting back together and strongly indicating that this is a getting back together like the Two of Cups would do, like the Chariot card would do, like the Lovers card would do. And so if this person comes back in the mentality of getting back together in a relationship, this is going to be a phase. Because the first thing that this person is showing you is that the first phase of this plan is this person is just going to come back and only acknowledge the fact that you were right about something, that they were wrong, that I should have never betrayed you in this type of way. I'm sorry for all of the swords that I put in your bag. And it's saying that this person is going to be victorious with this. This is someone that's just going to let you know that, like, hey, baby girl, this is the shit that I did wrong. I should have never allowed you to see this side of me. And then we go into the outcome position where the Three of Cups is more of an energy that they're trying to get back into your good graces, where it's like, I don't want you mad at me. I don't want it where when I text you that you like, what the fuck you want? Why the fuck you calling me? This is somebody that is saying, look, I want to be in your good graces. I want us to still be able to have laughs. I still want us to be able to, joke around. I still want to be able, to receive your sweetness, because that's what the Queen of Wands is all about. And so, this is more of like, I want to get back into your good graces. I want to get back into this energy where we're back laughing and smiling and joking and, talking about the people at your job that's stressing you out. And I can tell you, I know that bald-headed bitch didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's the energy that this person is wanting to get back in. And then you have, as the clarifier, you have the Ace of Swords, where it's saying that mental clarity is going to come in, and mental clarity is going to be the thing that's going to come in for the both of you. The Ace of Swords, aces is gifts from the universe. This is saying that, some type of clarity, some type of revelation is going to come in, and this thing is going to move some stuff, because you got the Two of Pentacles. The Two of Pentacles to me is the low-key Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune is a destiny card letting you know that the wheels is turning and you're getting ready to go into the next season. Now, the difference between the Two of Pentacles versus the Wheel of Fortune is the Wheel of Fortune is a major arcana, and it is saying that the wheels is turning whether you are ready or not. Spirit is saying, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to turn this wheel and you're going to go into this new season whether you want to or not. The Two of Pentacles is a free will. This is something that you got to agree to. And so for the Two of Pentacles to be here, they're saying that things is getting ready to change. These are two people that's going to end up getting together and talking, and you both are going to come together and decide to allow this thing to turn and allow this thing to go into the next season. And so this is two people working together. You have the card at the bottom of the deck, which is what you don't see coming. There's a great revelation that's getting ready to come. And the Judgment card is going to awaken things in the both of you. And this is going to end up being a spiritual awakening. I just want to do a little bit more because I don't see the relationship. So what do this person feel about you? That's what I want to know. What do this person feel about you? And I want to know what their next move is. What they feel about you is the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, come on, Ace. Ace of Pentacles is a solid new beginning. All of the aces represents a new beginning in some type of way. But I really do love Pentacles because Pentacles are the most solid out of all of the elements. Pentacles are grounding energy. Pentacles are stable energy. And notice how when this person comes back in, they're not rushing to get back in a relationship. They're not rushing to have sex, which is represented in wands. They're not rushing back in passion, which represents wands. This person is really taking their time. This is really a strategic way of coming back in where they are saying, look, first, I'm going to acknowledge the wrong that I did that was caused by the Ten of Swords. And then after that, I want to get into celebration. And so, this is really good. And it supports what the Ace of Pentacles is saying, because the Ace of Pentacles is very strategic. This is not a rushed energy. The Ace of Pentacles is a very solid foundation. And the reason why it's a solid foundation is because this is the element that it takes its time compared to all of the other elements. Pentacles takes its time. It want to make sure that the seed is in the soil, that it's getting enough water, that it's getting enough sunlight. And even though it's a longer process And you are like, when is this shit gonna finally fucking grow? When it grows, it is stable. It is stable out of all of the other elements. And so I do like that the Ace of Pentacles is what this person feels right now. This person wants a solid foundation. What is the clarifier? Ooh, and the clarifier for it is even stronger. You have the Four of Wands. The Four of Wands is home. The Four of Wands is family life. This is somebody that want to establish a home again. This is someone that want to establish joy, celebration, marriage. Now, I like when motherfuckers come back in this energy. Once again, this is not coming back in a sex or passion. This is coming back where it's more solid. It's like, I want to celebrate with you. I want joy with you. I want harmony with you. And the Four of Wands is a card of marriage as well as the Hierophant. And the Seven of Pentacles makes this even stronger with thinking a future view. This is someone that is going to, when they come back, they're going to want a stronger connection than what was present when they left. And then now the card at the bottom of the deck is the Two of Cups. This is, I'm telling you, this is somebody, this person is not going to rush back into a relationship. They're going to make sure this thing is solid. The last question I want to ask is, what is their next move towards you? That's what it was. What is their next move towards you? What is their next move towards you? Oh, but now we got some, I want to fuck you down energy though, because the Devil card is out.
Hey.
The Devil card is an obsession. It's an obsession energy, but at the end of the day, with everything else that's on the board, this is a controlled obsession. This is somebody where it's like, oh yeah, I admire you. I see you for who you are. I see how fine you are and stuff like that. But I love that this is not their core thought. Their core thought is just not being driven away by lust and infatuation and stuff like that. It's like, no, you have the Emperor paired with the Devil card paired with the Five of Wands. This is someone that's going to grow because the Emperor is now a divine masculine. You have the Devil card that this person, they see you, they're obsessed with you. And you have the Five of Swords that they're ready to fight. What is the clarifier for this energy, spirit? But yeah, they got to go through some stuff. The clarifier is the Knight of Cups coming in with an emotional offer, but it's paired with the Tower card. The Tower card is a very strong, chaotic change. The Tower card is the energy of Oya. And you can say Chango. It's lightning bolts coming from the sky attacking the tower because it's telling you two things. Either the tower itself, which is what you built, was built on something faulty, or is the core, which is the foundation. The foundation was either built falsely or what you built on top of it was falsely. And the Tower card is saying, regardless of which one it is, I'm going to tear this shit down. And you're going to have the opportunity to rebuild. Right after the Tower is the Fool card. It's time for a new beginning. Because now you have no choice but to rebuild after you have felt the energy from the Tower. So this is somebody that got to go through some shit. With the Seven of Pentacles being here, sometimes what people don't understand, is that sometimes people have to go into karmic relationships in order to appreciate divine relationships. Sometimes they gotta get, that nasty pussy in their life that's gonna cheat on them, that's gonna do all of this other shit just for them to get into the energy of the Seven of Pentacles and make them think, can I handle this long term? Can I handle this chaotic energy long term? And the moment they get into the energy of the Seven of Pentacles, where they start thinking about long-term view, now all of a sudden they mature and they end up appreciating the connection that was rooted in something more solid. And so, this is somebody that's going to go through some shit in order for them to really learn a lesson. But I like where their strategy is. This is somebody that's really strategizing the right way, where it's like, look, I come in, I apologize, I get the flow and the harmony of the relationship going again. And then from there, I'm going to end up revealing my true intentions. This is a strategy that this person is coming back, but it is coming back together. I forgot to tell you before I put the cards together, the card at the bottom of the deck now was the Four of Pentacles. And the Four of Pentacles is a holding energy. It's an energy of, I'm going to hold you down and I'm not going to let you go. And so really good energy in your reading, but your energy is an energy that is going to take some time. This is not a overnight, oh, this person is about to be back yesterday. This is the energy where this person is truly learning a lesson, and this thing is going to come in phases. You're going to notice that when this person finally reach back out to you, it's going to be more acknowledging the things that they did wrong. And then it's going to naturally go into the flow of you becoming friends, celebrating, talking to each other and stuff every single day. And then it's going to go into that, let me tell you what I've been thinking about you. This is what I truly feel. This is going to end up being a more solid, reconciliation instead of one that is being rushed. And so that is what's in your energy, baby girl.
Thank you. I appreciate you from one YouTuber to another.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna let you go so you can get to the next reader, but I did want to confirm something that you said. Everything you said was on point. But one thing that you said was the significance of those number sevens. He and I are twin flames. We're born 5 weeks apart, and so his numerology and birth placements, we have like a crazy amount of the same placements and numbers, and we're both in our personal year 7.
Nice. Nice. That is good.
But thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. All right. Have a good one.
Peace.
All right. All right. Bye. All right. So I'm ready for the next person. I'm going to choose someone else for a reading. And this don't give me who was first. I don't know I don't know. I don't know if the top of the list is first or the end of the list is first. But let me just choose. I'm just gonna. I was like, I don't know. Okay, which one is first? I wish it would kind of show who was first, second, and third because I'm not paying attention. I did send an invite to somebody. If that don't work, I'm gonna do the opposite end of the opposite end of the list. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. All right, I just chose somebody else. Oh, y'all gonna have to keep up with. Now, I am looking at the comments. I seen somebody said I
Hi.
was second, and so okay, you said you was five. So give me a. Well, now I need to know who three
Hello.
was from the bottom. Who you are led to. Yeah, I don't know, but you said you were second, so you on now. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. All right, so it's gonna be the same flow. I'm gonna tell you what it is that Spirit is saying. If it's anything too personal, I'm gonna tell you, look, I'm not gonna do this reading on live. It's gonna be your responsibility to hit me up in order to get that reading. If it's something that's not too personal, then I'm gonna go ahead and complete the reading on live. All right, so
At this
thank you.
point, I'm okay if it's personal or not. It's so much I don't. If somebody else know, they might can pray for it or tell me how to get out of it. So go with all of it.
Okay, all right, I got you, baby girl. That's what we do around here. Man, I wish this lighter would come on because you just warned me. It's like, yeah, let that cigar let that cigar work for you. Because cigars is really good for cleansing. It's like, oh yeah, you already warned me. It's a lot of your energy. Let me go and get this thing going. It's like, baby, let me go and cleanse the space before, after, during. Because that's the one thing about it, energy and depending on what I see, I will give you some spiritual advice of what you need to start doing. Give me 1 minute. And so, I always give people homework assignments. So I would say, go ahead and, find you some pencil and paper because, after the reading, you're gonna have to take some notes because I'm gonna give you some assignments on what it is we need to do because maybe we don't stay defeated around here, especially when there's a lot of things that we can do in order to, get out of the situation that we are in. You know, we have, Psalms 91 with a white candle for spiritual protection. We have Psalms 3, with a white candle raining down spiritual support. We have Psalms 23 with a yellow candle for victory and success. We have Psalms 2 with a blue candle. Ooh, I love Psalms 2 for confronting your storm. We have Psalms 1 with a blue candle for bringing peace into your home. And so, baby, it's too much stuff that, we can be doing, for us to be in any type of, defeated energy, especially when the spirits want to work for us. They want, the Bible says that you have charge over the angels. You're supposed to be telling your Igun spirit guides and ancestors what their assignment is, the things that they're supposed to be doing. And so, you got to, get up and, number one, you need to acknowledge and honor your Ori, letting your Ori know that, hey, I want blessings to flow in my life. Who is Ori? Ori is your soul. Ori is the true essence of who you are. And we access Ori just by simply looking in the mirror, looking at your reflection, looking deep within your soul. And you're telling your Ori, look, Ori, we want blessings to come in. Don't reject these good things that is going to bless our life. Don't reject prosperity and abundance and love. And then from Ori, we go to Igun, spirit guides, and ancestors, telling our spirits that, look, these are the things that, we want in our lives. These are the things that need to be moving. And then for those very tough things, we elevate those things to the Orishas. Ilegwa, open my doors. Ilegwa, Ogun, clear my path. Oshun, bring me sweetness and abundance. And so, we have to, utilize, all of these things that we have access to. And so, we're gonna get up in this thing, and like I said, I'm gonna give you a whole homework assignment to do.
My whole life, even now, I'm about to be 45, and people have always, I'm Southern, as you can tell,
Hmm.
but so long, the Orisha, the spirit guide, talking to your ancestors, the first thing, they go back to the Bible and say, God said everybody sleeps, so they don't know what you're up here crying about. And it, to me, it's different for me because I know Africa was rich before the Bible came. So, and I know I'm Nigerian, so I need some help. Like, I'm grieving. I lost my mom 4 years ago. I'm angry. It's a lot, and
Hmm.
it's starting to affect my job. My relationship is over, and I'm okay. I'm actually okay with that part, but I'm struggling finding my own home. And
Hmm.
someone tried to take my son's life, but he survived. But they stood over him and shot him 6 times. And in my mind, I'm doing everything in my power not to set somebody's house on fire. So I need some help
Hmm.
because my heart broke. I know it's broke.
And it's very important to find that, spiritual, footing of, what it is that you want to believe and what you want to be grounded in. Sometimes it takes a while for people to come out of Christianity and to find where it is that they are supposed to be. And it's because of all of the brainwashing. When you are in Christianity, you learn that Jesus is the only one you're supposed to be worshiping and giving praise to and stuff like that. Number one, that contradicts a lot of things on so many different levels. I told people before, ain't that what the devil was accused of doing, and this is why he is the devil? Didn't the devil try to steal praise from everybody? And to me, regardless of what it is that people say, that, whether you believe in Jesus or not, is that Jesus is not God. Jesus is not God. I don't care how much you say it's three and one and the whole 9 yard. There is a divine creator, that he is the divine creator. No one else is the divine creator. In our religion, we believe in Oladumare, Olarum, and Olafi. That is the Trinity here. But Jesus, whether you believe he's the Messiah, whether you believe he's a prophet like the Muslims, the one thing that I strongly believe is that he is not God. That is the one thing that I will stand on. God is God, and everything else under God is under God. It has its place. But you have to just figure out what's for you. The thing that really got me away from Christianity, because I grew up Pentecostal apostolic, is that it didn't make sense. For us to be in slavery, and for if the Bible was really this powerful and strong like the white man said, why was this the only thing we were able to read? Why was this the only thing we were able to know and digest? And it just lets you know that clearly it didn't have much power, because if you are a slave, they're not going to give you the weapon that you need in order to get out of this circumstance. And so it's a lot of reasons of why I just don't believe in Christianity. But it's like you have to find that spiritual footing, because this is going to be very important for what it is that you're going through now. So thank you, Igul. Thank you, Spirit Guys. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarabanda. Thank you, Arisha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Oladumare. Thank you, Olarun. Thank you, Olafi. What is it that you want to convey, Spirit? You have the Judgment card. Judgment card is the overall energy. You're going through an awakening. This is a time to shake you up. Let's see, what is the clarifier? What is the clarifier for the Judgment card?
Will there ever be a time where I can stop crying and saying I want my mama? Like, does
There's,
that time come ever?
yes, there's always going to be a time, and it's once it's once you start realizing that the dead is not dead, it's just another transition. Is that you can honor and acknowledge your mother every single day by creating an ancestor altar, and leaving her favorite foods on the altar, her favorite flowers, her favorite smell, whatever perfume and stuff she loved, you can spray on the altar. And that is one of the things that I love about Ifa, is that it teaches you to connect beyond the physical. Where in other religions, you believe that there's a heaven or hell, and all of these people is going to one or the other. It's not so in this religion. And we don't even really believe in a hell. It's either you completed your purpose and you're going to end up going into the afterlife, or you didn't complete that purpose and you're going to end up being reincarnated and coming right back on this earth doing it again. Energy is never destroyed. Energy is recycled. It always goes back to something else. The only thing that is the true you is Ori. Ori is the true essence of who you are. Ori is the one that was with you in every lifetime, because that's who you truly are. And so in every lifetime, you could have had a different gender. You could have been male, you could have been female, then back male, then back female. And, the gender, it doesn't matter, is Ori. Regardless of what body Ori is put in, Ori is always going to be the same. When it says that, you will be judged at the end days, that is Ori. It's not the body, it's the soul. The soul is the true essence of who you are. And so, in order to bring yourself, that comfort and stuff like that that you need, it's like, if I was you, I would take that picture of your mom, I would put it on the altar, I would get some flowers, some candles, some perfume, some incense, and I would, get 9 cups of water, and I would let that sit on the altar of honoring and acknowledging, my parent, because at the end of the day, their essence is not truly gone. All right, strength card with the 4 of Pentacles. Pentacles is here. That's the got the Five of Wands. What is the outcome? The outcome, we have the Ace of Pentacles. Of Wands is what is the card at the bottom of the deck. So your energy is telling you that, right now you're going through an awakening. You're going through a strong awakening right now where, when you go through an awakening is opening you up. An awakening it helps you to, it's in a long time. Whenever you're going through awakening, this is a period of consecration where, spirit is putting you by yourself. That normally this is a very lonely period where, spirit will take friends and family members and everything else out of your energy so that you are forced to go inward and you are forced to, realize what spirit has been telling you this entire time. And so an awakening is a very painful process because it's a stripping away process. It strips away everything that is not serving your highest good and it's helping you to focus on what it is that you need to focus on, especially concerning the next level that you're supposed to be going to in this lifetime. You have the clarifier, you have the emperor. Now, with the emperor being here, the emperor is a very strong energy, and the emperor is an energy of a divine masculine. Keep in mind that, divine masculine and divine feminine, it has nothing to do with gender. You can be female and still be a divine masculine because that is honestly what your energy is telling you. Your energy is telling you that you are being seen as a divine masculine. You are being seen as the emperor. That if you go through this awakening the way that you're supposed to, you're going to end up waking up from this a divine emperor. When you look at the structure of everything, in order for you to understand it, like let's do it based on positions, like what being in Christianity, you have the fivefold ministry. You have your apostle, you have your pastor, you have your evangelist, you have your prophet, and you have your teachers. When it comes to your prophet and your evangelist, those are divine feminines. That energy is the energy of the divine feminine because those are very strong, powerful spiritual gifts, which you have to learn how to get out of body and tap into intuition. And that is where the divine feminine rules. The divine feminine rules not in the five senses. The divine feminine can care less about what they see, what they smell, what they taste, what they hear, and what they feel. The divine feminine, it works in the atmosphere, in the universe. It creates. And so the divine feminine is normally always working with the intangible. It's the things that we don't see. It's pulling those things out of the sky and just creating all types of shit on this earth. That is your divine feminine. Your diviners and, seers, insight, discernment, foresight, all of those things is the divine feminine because in order for the divine feminine to operate, they have to be able to really balance what is inside of them. They have to be able to balance their Ori and Ashe. Ashe is the breath of life that flows through all of us. It flows through our vein. It's a powerful generator that can create whatever reality that we want it to create. And so a divine feminine they have no choice but to be one within themselves, because Ori and Ashe must work together in order for a divine feminine to do anything. Because a divine feminine, it utilizes Ashe, which is that generator, to create whatever it is that they want to create. That is a powerful divine feminine. And divine feminine has nothing to do with gender. We always like to say that just because, someone is female, that they're a divine feminine. Not so. Now, when we look at that same structure of the fivefold ministry, a teacher is one of those things that's neutral. A teacher and a minister can be either or. They can be a divine feminine or a divine masculine, or that energy can be either or. But your prophet and your evangelist, those are divine feminines. That is a divine feminine energy. That is a divine feminine attribute. Whereas a pastor and an apostle, that is the divine masculine. The divine masculine is an energy to lead, to be the authority of everything, to rule, to reign, in order to be able to make tough decisions. Your divine, masculine is, your CEO, your managers. These are the ones that is going to be able to make those tough decisions that nobody else want to make. And so you are being seen as the divine masculine. It's something about your energy. The spirit is saying that you're going to have to learn that you have to take control. Sometimes where the dilemma comes in at is when you have always heard, because you're a woman, you can only be a divine feminine, not realizing that all of us possess both energies. It's just one that is more prevalent than the other. But when you have always heard that, you're a woman, you're supposed to be a divine feminine, then, if you never, acknowledge the fact that you're a masculine, you don't take the charge that you're supposed to be having in your life, because a divine masculine is someone that take charge, and when you are always being told that you're a divine feminine, then, sometimes you can spend your whole life looking for help, looking for that person that's going to come on that horse and just going to swoop in and rescue you, not realizing that your own energy is the thing that's going to rescue you, that your own energy is the thing that you're supposed to be accessing in order to get you the things that you need. And so part of what you're going through is an awakening, that you are allowing that divine masculine energy to arise. With you having so much strong, masculine energy in your, in your energy, I would not be surprised if your head Orisha if it end up being a very powerful male. If you are the daughter of Ogun or the daughter of Chango, because, this is very strong energy. That's just like, with me, my energy is the energy of a divine feminine. And my head Orisha is Oya, which is the goddess of transformation, the goddess of storms. That's one of the reasons why I'm so good with divination, is because Oya is the goddess of the dead. She is half Igun, half Orisha. And so, who your head is, it really tells a lot about your energy as well. But your energy is very strong, divine masculine energy. Even when we go into the crossing energy, you have the strength card, which is another strong placement for you, which is saying that you possess a lot of strong energy, and you have it paired with the Four of Pentacles. And the Four of Pentacles is a holding on energy. It's saying that this is the energy that is glued to you. This is the energy that is, that is a very strong coat, when it comes to you, is that, you possess a lot of strength. Whether you realize it or not, baby, you got a lot of strength inside of you. You have, as the crowning energy, you have the Seven of Pentacles that is saying it's time for you to start looking at long-term view. And you have the Five of Wands here, and the Five of Wands is a chasing energy. It's saying it's time for you to start fighting for your future. It's time for you to start opening your eyes, realizing what your future is going to be. Because right now you're probably not hitting the mark. You have in the outcome position, you have the Ace of Pentacles, and the Ace of Pentacles is a financial blessing that's getting ready to come in, and you have it paired with the Queen of Wands. And the Queen of Wands is still saying that, look, you're a female, you're very beautiful, you're very gorgeous, you still have the feminine attributes that every other woman have, that you know how to, seduce a man. You know how to, charm somebody with your beauty. You know how to, dress down and look good in order to get the attention of a man. But at the end of the day, you're still a very strong and powerful divine masculine. When I look at the outcome position, this is more talking about, like, to me, a career opportunity where, this is someone that is leading a department. This is someone that's being a manager of a department. This is someone being a CEO. And so it's telling you that you need to look into your future, where all of this time you could have, you keep playing things safe, where you were keep saying, oh, I'm just going to be the supervisor, oh, I'm just going to, follow along. And Spirit is saying, baby, your destiny was never for you to follow along. Your destiny was for you to be the lead. Your destiny was for you to be the head and not the tail, the lender and not the borrower. And it's like, it's time for you to walk into your destiny and realizing how strong and powerful you are. This is an energy where, if you're looking for a job, Spirit is saying, stop downplaying all of the jobs that you are applying for. Start applying for manager positions. Start applying for the head of a department. Start applying for, the head of, the head of HR, the head of finance, the head of sales, where it's like, you got to stop downplaying yourself, because this is an energy where it's like, you're a very strong energy, and you are created to be in positions that you lead, and when we have energy like this, people that has the ability to lead, and you are always doubting yourself and getting in positions where you got to follow, you always end up getting fired. You always end up getting fired in one way or another. You always end up clashing with management, because management is saying that, this is how it needs to be done. And deep within your core, you are like, that is not the strategy. We need to do it this way. It's going to get done a whole lot more efficient. But it's like, hey, you are the one that's a leader that's keep putting yourself in follower positions. Followers need to stay as a follower. Leaders need to stay as leaders. And you have very strong energy that, Spirit is saying that, this is time for you to lead, and it's like, you're never going to be able to keep a job, keep forcing yourself to be something that you're not. Now, why does this keep leaning on the job thing? I don't know, but Spirit is very clear that, it's time for you to be seen. It's time for people to see the abilities and everything that you possess. But, I'm keep getting a strong hint that, you were keep masking your energy. You're keep, trying to be, this very, feminine, woman, and Spirit is saying, baby, you are a whole beast. Where Spirit is like, let that beast out. Let people actually see who you are, and let people see the energy that you possess, because you have very strong energy where it's like, you have the ability to lead. You should be showing people the way, not being led yourself. And so Spirit is saying it's time for you to come out. It is time for you to come out and to really, show the world what it is that you possess. Even the card at the bottom of the deck, you have the Six of Wands. The Six of Wands is public acknowledgement. And the Six of Wands is all eyes on me. Spirit is saying, it's time for people to see you, because people don't see you right now. People are underestimating your abilities, but they're underestimating your abilities because you're putting yourself in that position for them to underestimate your abilities. This is an energy where, I strongly believe that women, and vice versa, that women really should not, be raising men. It takes a man in order to raise a man. It takes a woman in order to raise a woman. That's one of the things I strongly believe. A man have to teach a man how to be another man. There are certain things that a woman cannot teach a man, because at the end of the day, there's just some things you're not going to know because you're not in that gender, and it's vice versa. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that a man just can't teach a woman. We don't even understand the complexity about a cycle and how the cycle works and the bleeding that comes with it and stuff like that. No, that is completely, off our table. And most of us don't even pretend like we know, because that is something I'm not going to teach for nothing, because that's just not my anointing. That's just not my area. But, this is an energy that your energy is being so strong, with the emperor being here, as well as the strength card, that you are the type of person that you will challenge that position. You have such a strong energy that you will challenge that position, that you will say, are you really sure that a woman can't teach a man? Because with your energy, you may not be able to teach all of the things that we go through as a man, but you're going to get very close because your energy is very strong. You are in a very strong energy of the divine masculine. But, for whatever reason, I'm really sensing that, you are more scared of yourself than anything, that you don't allow that side to come out. You know, um, that is the
Um,
one thing that the spirit just keeps saying, that you are really scared of the energy that you possess. And it's really sad when people get into this energy, because you want to be one way that the world say that a woman is supposed to be, and your energy is telling you something completely different. Your energy is telling you, no, you are the type of person that you will lead. You will probably end up getting a man that you will end up leading him and not him leading you. And
I'm
there
afraid
is
of
not.
failing. I'm afraid of failing. I've even been told that the reason why I'm not married and never gonna get married is because I'm the man in the relationship.
Uh-huh, but I know a lot of men that's the women in a relationship, so I'll hook you up. I was just, I'm not sure. I was just, I was just telling the guy that the other day, where, I was just, listening to him speak and everything, and I'm like, oh man, I was like, the problem that you're having is, I'm like, you're the woman in a relationship, and I'm like, most women want to be the women in a relationship, and I'm like, the only way that you're gonna find happiness is you're gonna have to get with a woman that want to be the man in a relationship, because you'll be surprised. There's such an illusion when it comes to this gender conversation, and the reason being is because we have took the spiritual components of things, of the divine masculine and the divine feminine, and we have narrowed them down to gender when they were never supposed to be mixed with gender. Divine masculine and divine feminine is an energy outside of this world that cannot be watered down with gender. And when you actually see the energy for what it is, and then you look at gender for just what it is, it's a lot of men that will never be what people define as masculinity. It's a lot of men that just can't be that. It's just not. It's especially, with most women, they like, oh, I want that man that's gonna take charge, that knows what he wants and stuff like that, baby. That's that's not most men. most men are very clueless. They don't know what it is that they want. They don't know what it is they believe. Normally the time they can't tell you A from B. It's a very few men that really possess that energy, that they know what they want. They know how to get things in life. They know what direction they're going in and the whole 9 yards. A lot of men need to be guided. You notice that a lot of them don't hit their maturity stage until they meet that woman and they end up having kids. And now because they have kids, that is the thing that matured them. That is the thing that got them to settle down. And sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it takes something a little bit more stronger to make them settle down and stuff like that. And so when we take out this falsehood of gender assignments and stuff like that we have placed on society, we get to see things for what it really is. Because even when you look at the black community, and when you look at majority of the relationships in the black community, it is normally always the woman that is being seen as the one that is running the household, that is running the dad. And the dad is normally just an extra kid in the family. And so, you really don't see too many households in the black community where it's the man that is running the relationship, that's making the decision, and that's leading and stuff like that, which is the falsehood that the church and stuff preach. You don't see too many relationships like that in the black community. It is the black woman that is like the king. She is the one that is leading. She is the one that is controlling. She is the one with the power and the authority, and everything else. And so, to each his own, find your placement. But you have, very strong, on divine masculine energy, and you can't be afraid to access that energy. Based on what's in your energy, I would say the biggest homework assignment for you would be getting a white candle and really reciting Psalms 3. Psalms 3, especially when it's saying that you're going through a spiritual awakening, Psalms 3 is all about spiritual support. I would, take a white candle. You can get a white candle from the dollar store that is in the glass, just like this. And I would put one on the left side of the door and one on the right side of the door at the front of the house, the entrance of the door, the entrance door to the house. And I would put one on the left, one on the right, and I would light that candle. And every morning I would get up and I would go by the door and I would recite Psalms 3. Lord, how many are my foes? How many rise up against me? Many are saying, God will not deliver me. But you, Lord, are a shield around me, my glory, the one who lifts my head high. I call out to the Lord, and he answers me from his holy mountain. I lie down to sleep. I wake again because the Lord sustains me. I will not fear, though tens of thousands assail me on every side. Arise, Lord, deliver me, my God. Strike all my enemies on the jaw. Break the teeth of the wicked. From the Lord comes deliverance. May your blessings be on your people. Ashe, ashe, asheo. Psalms 3 is all about spiritual support. It's raining down spiritual support. It is an incantation of saying, Lord, I need you. I need your presence here. Show up and show out. When it comes to Psalms 3 is, to me, an energy of Ogun. It's an energy to the warriors that is saying that I need your help and I need your assistance. And so, that will be my homework assignment for you, is light those 2 candles left and right. That symbolizes energy coming in, especially when you're putting it on the entrance door. And you are saying, Spirit, I need you to come in and I need you to give me the support that I need. And I need you to, lift my head high. I need you to be my shield. I need you to be my fortress. I need you to be the thing that I need you to be right now in order to get me through this. And so, that is one of the things that I would do. And I would, start an ancestor altar. I would literally start an altar in order to honor the memory of your mother, that you don't have to keep mourning internally as if this is an end, but you can celebrate it externally. I would, build an altar. I would put her picture in the middle. I would put, a flower on one side, a candle on the other side. I would put a cup of water. I will put her favorite meal, and do a new meal every week. It doesn't have to be every single day. On Sundays, I would make it a consistent thing. On Sunday, which is normally family day for most people, I would cook a good meal and put a portion of everything on a plate and leave it on the ancestor altar. We typically leave food on the ancestor altar for 7 days unless it gets moldy. If it starts getting moldy before the seventh day, we take it off because moldy food, it brings in negative energy. And so when it start getting moldy, throw that shit away, and you'll put a new plate on there on Sunday. And that is a good way in order to honor the memory, of your mom, that now you are not mourning a death as if this is over with, but you're celebrating a journey that continues and that goes beyond your comprehension, that goes beyond this world. And that is what the ancestors is for. You need to celebrate that energy and not mourn. That is the difference between the cross and the relic. The cross, it represents death. The relic, it represents life. And we celebrate life and spirituality. In spirituality, nothing is really dead. You even see that in the Bible. Even the Bible speaks about after this, you're either going to go to heaven or hell. Therefore, there is really no death. Death cannot hold anybody. It's just a phase that we go through in order to transition to the next phase of our life. Whatever that phrase is going to be, whether we believe in heaven or hell, or whether we believe in reincarnation. And so, this is the time where it's like, no, there should be no more sadness. There should be no more mourning, but this should be an opportunity for you to realize that you still can access this energy. You can still access her presence, her wisdom, and everything. It's just through a different channel now.
Okay.
And so that's going to be, that's my homework assignment for you. Where, the most important thing is like build that altar, and stop playing yourself low. Girl, you got to stop doing that. You got to stop, regardless of the trauma that came with it, where it's like, oh, you don't understand, my mom bullied me because of this. My sisters talked down to me because of this. Girl, whatever. Some people don't understand fully what our destiny is, and sometimes they make mistakes. And people hear it all the time when you have somebody that's in very strong, masculine energy. They'll tell you, oh, you're gonna end up being a dyke when you grow up, and all of this other stuff. If that's not you, that's not you. Don't sweat it. But at the end of the day, that don't mean that it's time for you to hide who you are. You possess very strong energy, and spirit is saying that strong energy, it needs to come out. You need to show that energy to the world. Stop being afraid to show who you truly are.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Will
So it was nice
I
meeting
have
you. Make
a
sure
home soon?
you said you what?
One more question. I'm sorry. Will I have
Oh,
a
okay.
home soon?
You said will you have what soon?
A home?
Let's see. You do have the Ace of Pentacles. The Ace of Pentacles is a financial blessing that's getting ready to come in. You have the Judgment card that came out. Let's see what the clarifier is going to be. And you have it paired with the Four of Cups. All right, now listen, we're gonna be real with the energy. The Judgment card is all about an awakening. The Judgment card is a energy where it's saying you know where it is that you need to go. The Judgment card is whenever the Judgment card is coming out, you are having visions, you are having dreams, you know the thing that you're supposed to be doing. But you have, as the clarifier, you have the Four of Cups. The Four of Cups is the depressed energy. When you look at the Four of Cups is a man that is sitting under the tree. And if you notice, there are three cups here. There's three cups in the upright. And when three cups are in the upright, that represents joy and celebration. But even though joy and celebration is in this person's life, they still choose to be underneath this tree, moping and saying, life is just not fair. Why do I got to be here? I'm so down. I'm so depressed. I'm never going to make it. Why is life so unfair to me? And, it becomes a depressed, complaining energy. And if you notice, the whole time while this man is just sad and down and depressed, there's a cup that is coming from the universe and is saying, take this cup. This is the cup that you're supposed to be taking. This is evidence of what the judgment card is telling you. Sometimes we want spirit to come in a specific way, that we are like, spirit, I need you. And this is what I want you to do. I want you to open the door, give me a mansion and stuff like that. But the judgment card is saying, no, the first thing that I'm going to probably tell you to do is you need to call, Stephanie. That is who I want you to stay with. And then it's from there that spirit opened the other doors. But whatever it is that spirit is telling you to do is kind of a refusal of doing that energy, because whenever you're in the Four of Cups, you're so down and you're so depressed. It's kind of like an energy of saying, why are you telling me to do this direction? Why are you telling me to do this? For example, was it last night or the night before? I don't know. One of these nights I could not go to sleep, and I have really been on this mission of completely changing the house. I was married. I've been divorced for 3 years now, and even with me, I've had my cycles of going through the going through the Four of Cups, going through the Hermit card, where I have been through a very dark depression these last couple of years, that it has been very hard for me to do the things that I normally would do. Normally I'm pretty good with going to the gym 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. The last 2 years it was a struggle. Maybe I was only going to the gym 3 days a week. Maybe I was going to the gym 2 days a week. And even though that might not be a big deal to some people, that is a big deal for me and my energy, with me being a very structured person. But there were so many days that I was battling depression, that I didn't want to get out of the bed, that I didn't want to interact with people, that, it was a lot of sadness and depression that I had to fight over these last couple of years, that I completely let go of friends. That was the easy part, because I was an introvert. I mean, let's just be real. That was gonna happen one day or another. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a true introvert. I don't need people like that. So, and I don't have people in my business. I never open up. And so, not really talking to people. I switched everything at my job, that because I'm in HR. And I basically did an ADA accommodation because of my depression. And, I have it where I work from home 100% now. I work 100% remote through ADA accommodation. People, I do HR consultations. So if you want to know the ins and out about HR, just hit me up. But, and so I did an ADA accommodations that I completely work from home. And, these last couple of years, I have literally isolated myself from the world. I have literally isolated myself from the world because I've been so down and I've been so depressed. And, the only time that people have ever seen me in these last 2 years is when I'm doing a reading on live, is when I'm posting my readings on YouTube. Like my neighbors, they just seen me this year and they were like, nigga, where have you been for the last couple of years? Like nobody had literally seen me. Even when I was going to the gym, I was going to the gym 30 minutes to an hour away from my house because I didn't want to run into anybody that I knew in town. Like I have really been a ghost for the last 2 years. This is finally the year, in the third year, that I said that it's time for me to start reclaiming my power. It's time for me to start doing something new. And that's why I'm changing things up in the house. I have, changed the living rooms and everything to get a new energy. This is finally the first year out of the last 3 years that I'm finally at a state where I'm going to the gym Monday through Friday. I get up every morning. I go to my altars at 4. After that, I go for an hour walk in the neighborhood. From there, I go to the gym and I lift weights for 2 hours. After that, I get on a computer and I work for the day. Then go on I do another form of cardio for an hour after work in order to keep my blood pressure and stuff down. And then I get into my readings and everything for the day. This is finally the year that I finally reclaimed my energy, that I finally reclaimed my power, and I'm finally back on my regular routine. I have finally defeated this depression and everything else only this year. And so the other day, I wasn't able to go to sleep. And, something was keep telling me in my dreams. In my dreams, when I was awake, I was keep hearing a voice. It was keep saying, go to Elegwa altar. And he was specifically telling me to grab a piece of candy from off his altar. And he was like, eat the candy. Just eat the candy. And every single time I was keep ignoring it. I was like, I'm not craving nothing sweet. I don't want nothing sweet. And I'm like, I'm good. And please understand, when it comes to Elegwa, the candy that you give him for an offering, you can't eat. Elegwa is a little different. It's simple rituals you can do with the candy that you give Elegwa. And when I was awake, it was keep telling me, you need to go get that candy from off the altar. I was like, no. When I was asleep, I was having all of these dreams of things that happened, and spirit was and that's what the judgment card is. The judgment card is normally a subconscious energy. And so when I was in my dream, I was having all of these dreams of things that I need to process and things that I need to deal with, and all of the hurt and the pain that I was going through. The spirit was just keep bringing that shit up, where it's like, deal with this. And at the end of everything, spirit was keep telling me, you need to go to Elegwa altar and just eat the goddamn candy. And so I was keep refusing. Finally, I end up having a taste now for something sweet. That it was a strong feeling that came over me where now I was like, oh, I can't go to sleep until I have something sweet in the house. And it was nothing fucking sweet in the house but some cookie dough. And I was not about to start that oven to make some goddamn cookies, And so finally I gave in and I was like, okay, let me just go to the goddamn altar and eat this candy that, I'm being told to eat. And the moment that I ate that candy, my dreams changed, where it wasn't any more dreams of processing all of this hurt and pain that has happened to you. I was able to relax and go to sleep. And this was Elegwa way of telling me that in order for me to open the doors for sweetness to come into your life, it's not the fact that, God is going to restore everything that the locust has taken from you. Elegwa is saying that you have to be willing to accept this energy coming in, and you got to make room for it. And that is what this energy is telling you, where, when we ask the question, if you're going to have a place to stay, the judgment card is saying you already know where you need to go. Spirit has already talked to you, and spirit has already led you in the direction in which you want to go. Sometimes we don't want that direction, because sometimes the direction is you need to call your cousin and you need to stay with your cousin. But we are too busy saying, Lord, I am in this depression. I don't want to be around nobody. I don't want to talk to nobody. And spirit is saying, you don't realize the reason why I'm telling you, you need to stay with your cousin or you need to stay with somebody, because this energy should not be left alone. This energy should not be left in the house alone, where the next thing you know, you done locked yourself and barricaded yourself up in the house, and nobody knows the condition of what it is you're going through, what your mental state is, or anything else. Sometimes spirit forced us in uncomfortable situations because that's the situation we need to be in order to really grow and to get certain energies off of us. And so The judgment card is saying, you already know what I have spoken for you. You already know the doors that I've opened. You need to go there. Go to where you're being led, even though I know that is not where you want to be. But at the end of the day, that is where you need to be. And it's only for a season. And you do have the world card at the bottom of the deck, which is what you don't see coming. Spirit is trying to fulfill a cycle in your life, but this cycle is only going to be fulfilled by you willing to participate in the energy. And Spirit will wait and wait and wait until you're ready to participate. And so the judgment card is telling you, you know where it is that you need to go, and that is where you need to go. Spirit is leading you at this moment. You got to follow his direction. And so in the meantime, I still want you to do your other exercises and really listen to spirit. So is it anything else that you need from me before I go to the next caller? Oh wait, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, is it anything else you need from me before I go to the next caller?
No, sir. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. All right, have a good one.
You too.
All right, bye. Y'all forgive me. I really don't know who is next or anything like that. I just picked somebody on the list, so we'll see. He's so close, he can hear you breathe. Who is that? Mm, Sweet Sue. Let me see if I can find you. Sweet Sue. Sweet Sue. Oh yeah, they got you in the middle of the list, girl. I was, I wouldn't have got to you if it wasn't because somebody is saying from the top, and like they had Sweet Sue in the middle. Like I don't think they don't got it in order. They really don't have it in order. Somebody said you need a moderator to help you. How do I get a moderator on TikTok? I know how to do it on YouTube. How do I get it on TikTok? Girl, I don't know how to get a moderator. Um, Let me see. So I can add you to this. Oh, I see it. All right. So you said so. I believe I added you as a moderator. Did it work? LKLN. Did it work? Because I believe it's listed as Okay, you said yes, it worked. Okay, well, so yeah, I added you as a moderator. I'm probably only going to do like one or two more readings, and then I'm out. But how you doing, Sue? Sweet Sue.
Hello.
Hey, all right. So same thing. I'm gonna get into the reading. If it's gonna be anything too personal, I'm gonna tell you I'm not gonna do the reading, and then it's gonna be on you to it's gonna be on you to hit me up. And if it's not too personal, I'm gonna go ahead and complete the reading.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Egun. Thank you, Spirit Guys. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarabanda. Thank you, Risha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Olodumare. Thank you, Olaroon. Thank you, Olafi. Ashe, Ashe, Asheo. Tell me what is in these cards. Oh, okay. It's starting off with Page of Cups. Got a love offer coming in. Somebody is coming in with a love offer or an apology. Look at you. Ooh, Queen of Cups. You're being seen as the Queen of Cups. Somebody is coming to the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups is good energy. All right. Look like this one is about to be a love reading. All right. Hangman. Somebody is coming in with, oh, wait. We got 3 cards here. All right. So we got the 8 of Cups, we got the Hangman, and we got the 10 of Cups. All right, so somebody is getting ready to abandon some type of situation. They're getting ready to come into a new perspective with the Hangman, and then they're going to end up being in the energy of the 10 of Cups, which is divine love and harmony. We have as the clarifier, we have the 7 of Pentacles with the Ace of Pentacles. All right, this is a really solid reading for a love reading. You better come on. Let's see, what is the crowning? What is the crowning energy? What is the crowning energy? What is the crowning energy? Crowning energy, we got the 4 of Pentacles. 4 of Pentacles, somebody trying to hold on. Holding on for dear life. Ooh, Lovers is the clarifier. Goddamn. Lovers is the clarifier. This could be a twin flame union with the Lovers card being out. Lovers is the clarifier. I love the Lovers card. It's so beautiful and colorful. Lovers is the clarifier, baby. What is the outcome position? What is the outcome position, Spirit? What is the outcome position? 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 All right, come on, Spirit. Too many for that. What is the outcome? All right, there we go. Oh, okay, good. Oh, okay. 5 of Pentacles is in the reverse. This is somebody recovering from finances, because normally 5 of Pentacles in the upright is a broke ass nigga. And it's like, okay, come on, let's not have all this goodness just to say a broke ass nigga, you know. So I'm glad the 5 of Pentacles is in reverse, because now it talks about recovering from financial loss. So this is somebody that's coming up now, because man. All right, what is the clarifier for the 5 of Pentacles? 5 of Pentacles is the Queen of Pentacles. Now, just because it's the Queen of Pentacles, oh, but no, that's the Queen of Pentacles. And so it's saying that you could be, recovering. You're going up. You're increasing in life, because that's the Pentacles, because then the card at the bottom of the deck is what you don't see coming is the King of Cups. The King of Cups is the person that's coming in. Ooh, somebody emotional. And I didn't even sometimes it takes me a while to glue it all together. The King of Cups and the Queen of Cups is once again is confirming that this is a divine union. This is what a divine union look like, is when you have somebody from the same pairing, that, both of you are in the cup family and you are both in the same energy. It is now the King and Queen of Cups that is in this reading. And with the Lovers card being present as well, this is your divine counterpart. This is definitely your twin flame that this reading is talking about.
Okay.
Your overall energy is the Page of Cups. The Page of Cups is saying that love is coming in. You are getting ready to get an offer. When the Page of Cups come in, I don't prefer the Page of Cups, but to each his own, because I don't like dealing with emotions like that, baby. I just come to me as something else. Be straightforward and just be like, you know what, I did my shit, I'm sorry, I'm done. But the Page of Cups can be emotional. Oh my gosh, it's so emotional. And normally when the Page of Cups come in, it can be, crying, snot coming out of the nose, where it's like, I'm sorry, I should have never did this. It's an apologetic energy. And even if it's not an apologetic energy, it's just real. It's that real mushy love where, this is just somebody that is saying that, oh, I really love you. I can't, stand not being, without you. It's a very strong emotional offer. This is nothing but water element where this is someone that's going to come in and they're going to apologize. They're going to confess. They're going to let you know how much they love you, how much that they adore you. You have the clarifier as the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups is a really good energy to be in. The Queen of Cups is someone that is loved and adored. This is the person that everybody go to in order to get answers from their problems. This is normally the cornerstone in the family that everybody goes to. The Queen of Cups is reliable. The Queen of Cups is someone that's trustworthy. The Queen of Cups is someone that's very compassionate. And the Queen of Cups just, is a very good energy because it's very caring and intimate, and you really know how to really listen to people's concerns, and that's why they come to you. You have in the crossing energy, we start off with the Eight of Cups. Someone is getting ready to abandon a situation that they are in. They're getting ready to walk away from whatever situation that they are in. And the reason why they're walking away from this situation is because of the hangman. And the hangman is a major arcana. And the hangman is saying that this person has a new perspective. This person is seeing things completely different. With this being a major arcana, this is universe that is showing this person a different perspective, a different view at looking at things. And then we have the Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups is saying because of this newfound revelation that this person got, that they're looking at this thing from a new point of view, they're now going to be in the energy of the Ten of Cups, of wanting divine love and wanting a divine connection. This is someone that is looking at long-term view with the Seven of Pentacles being here, that they see you as their future and they see you as a gift, which is the Ace of Pentacles. This is someone that is realizing that you are the gift that they needed in their life. You now have in the crowning energy, we have the Four of Pentacles, and the Four of Pentacles is all about holding on, and it's all about holding on to something very tightly. And so this person is holding on to you now, and it's all because clearly the revelation that this person got is this person is realizing that you are their soulmate, that you are their twin flame. You have in the the outcome position is saying that, look, you are in a period right now that you are recovering from your finances because the clarifier for this is the Queen of Pentacles. And the Queen of Pentacles is not only is it saying you're recovering from your finances, but it's putting you in a position of how you're going to recover. This could be a new job coming in for you because the Queen of Pentacles is financially stable. The Queen of Pentacles is an energy where she is about that bag. And so this could be a new job opportunity coming in for you. This could be a promotion that is coming in for you, but you are getting ready to, if you have been going through a financial struggle, that is getting ready to end. And so you are getting ready to be, seated in a really good position financially that you're going to end up receiving a financial blessing. You have at the card at the bottom of the deck, which is what you don't see coming. You have the King of Cups, that the King of Cups is coming into the scene, and this is going to be the person that's going to give this emotional apology. The King of Cups is being seen as someone that can be emotionally mature and emotionally vulnerable and open. And so that might be something new about this person, is that this time around they're going to be more open because whenever the King of Cups is in a reverse, this is an emotional manipulator. You do have right under the King of Cups, you have the Fool card, which is a new beginning, which is another thing that my eyes was just looking at. This person is going to come in and they're going to come in order to have a new beginning. And so you have love coming in, and you have prosperity and abundance coming in. You are getting ready to get some type of financial blessing that's getting ready to come in, but you also have love that is getting ready to come back and cycle back around.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, have a good one.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, bye. So I know where is the one LK LN? So you said you're a moderator now. So do you have the ability to go and add the next person so I don't have to look at it? Okay, good. So you can go ahead and add the next person. I'm gonna try to get at least I'm gonna try to at least do like two, three more. We'll see. You need to give me access. I thought I gave you access. So I went to I went to your thing and then I hit the three dots and I put um okay, manage moderator access, comments, manage guests and more. Okay. Um all right, so I just hit the manage guest and more. So you should be able. So I just did. So what about now? Are you able to control it now? Okay, good. Okay, so you can add the next person. Okay, good. I don't have to look at that list no more.
I'm still on here.
All right. I'm like, man, because I didn't know who to choose. I was like, yeah, I'm probably going. We'll see. It depends on how the reading flows. If they're easy readings, I can get a little bit more done. If they're going to be longer readings, it's probably going to end up only being like two or three. If it's shorter readings, I'm able to get more done. But I'm really not going to know until I'm able to actually get in their energy. Once I get in their energy, I'll be able to let you know. So yeah, but for now you can go ahead and choose somebody and go ahead and put them on. And then Sweet Sue, do you know how to exit off? If not, I
No.
believe LKLN will be able to do it for you.
Okay.
All right, so now I'm on my Jayla.
Hi. Oh my gosh. I love you, Rashad. You are my favorite reader. Oh my
Oh,
God. I'm
thank
so
you.
excited.
So how you doing?
I'm good. I'm amazing now.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, I love my followers, especially like this one person that just volunteered to be the moderator. Because I'm like, I didn't even know you could do a moderator on here. So that's cool. So you learn something new every day. All right, so let's see what's in this energy for you. It's the same thing. You know, if it's going to be something too personal, it's going to be your responsibility to hit me up later in order for me to email you the reading or whatever. If it's not something personal, I'm just going to go ahead and do the reading now.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Egon. Thank you, Spirit Guys. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarah Banda. Thank you, Risha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Ola Dumare. Thank you, Ola Rune. Thank you, Ola Fee. Let me know what is in the cards, what it is you desire to convey. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Thank you, Spirit. Look at that big baller. Big baller. You starting off with the Ten of Pentacles. I haven't seen the Ten of Pentacles this whole entire time. You got the Ten of Pentacles, but you got it with the King of Wands. Oh, let's see why the King of Wands is here. The King of Wands is somebody that's fine as hell. Okay, you got the Magician here. The Magician is manifestation. This is something that this is something you're manifesting. You're creating this. Come on now, come through. Because you show manifesting somebody fine as hell. The King of Wands is a fine ass motherfucker. Both the King of Wands and the Queen of Wands, they are some fine ass motherfuckers. That's that Oshun energy. Boy, they know how to turn heads. Let's see what this crossing energy is going to be. But shit, you got this thing gonna come in. Ooh, damn! And you got the Wheel of Fortune, Strong Destiny card. Oh shit, this shit's solid. Whatever is coming in, this motherfucking shit is solid. This is not going to be removed. This cannot be removed. This cannot be manipulated. You got two strong major arcanas that's at play right now. Damn. Wheel of Fortune and the oh shit! And now you got the Queen of Wands. This is a divine partnership. This is a twin flame. This is a motherfucking twin flame. You got the King and Queen of Wands that is now present in this motherfucking reading, and the Queen of Wands is represented as destiny, and the Magician is manifestation for the King of Wands. Man, this is about to be a very powerful love reading, man. And I love Pentacles. I love Pentacles when it comes to love reading. You can give me Pentacles any day paired to Cups. And now you got the 10 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles out in this reading. You cannot get any better than this. The only thing that is missing is the Lovers or the Two of Cups. And honestly, with everything that is already on the board, you don't need neither one of them. This is already sufficient without those two at play. You got, and then I forgot about the Four of Wands. You got the Four of motherfucking Wands. The Four of Wands is another good, strong love card. The Four of Wands is a solid love card. It's all about home. It's that home life, baby. Ooh, this is about to be a motherfucking good ass couple. This is good. This is such a powerful and clear love reading for you. Man, I'm like, damn. All right, let's see what this outcome is going to be. What is the outcome? What is the outcome? Outcome is the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups, and the Queen of Cups, you have it with the page one. You got the Two of Cups now. The Two of Cups is the card at the bottom of the deck. But there's an interferer here. The Queen of Cups, to me, is an interferer. It doesn't fit in. And the Page of Pentacles is a card of manifestation, but, I mean, it's a low manifestation card compared to the Magician. It's a very low manifestation card compared to the Magician. There's somebody that's interfering with this or trying to interfere with this connection, but it's too much stuff for this to be interfered with. And that's probably why I said what I said earlier. No matter what, this is solid. It can't be changed. I didn't even see the outcome coming, but the outcome is somebody that's interfering with this connection. But you have destiny at play here. The Wheel of Fortune is here. When the Wheel of Fortune is out, especially when the Wheel of Fortune is in the upright, I'm sorry, but it's nothing you can do. You can do all the magic in the world. There's nothing you can do when the Wheel of Fortune is out. This is destiny. Who is this Queen of Cups spirit? Let me focus on that first. That will want to be the first thing I know is who is this Queen of Cups? Why is she here? And why is she trying to interfere with this connection? Who is the Queen of Cups spirit? Who is the Queen of Cups? You got home life. You got the Four of Wands that's coming out with the Queen of Cups. Why is the home life? The only way home life would be here is if it would have to be a mother, a sister, or it can even be a baby mama with I mean, because it represents, what is the clarifier now for the Four of Wands? Because now both of you have the Four of Wands. You have it in one deck and they have it in the other deck. Why is the Four of Wands is the cards that is represented of who Who the Queen of Cups is? What is the clarifier spirit for the 4 of Wands? What is the clarifier for the 4 of Wands spirit? What is the clarifier for the 4 of Wands spirit? What is the clarifier? You have the 3 of Swords with the 5 of Pentacles. This is somebody from the past. So yeah, this will be a baby mama. This is somebody this person separated from. This is a separation of a connection that is trying to manifest a connection back, but it's not going to happen. They got the 7 of Wands. That's the card at the bottom of the deck, was just trying to be very defensive, but it's like this is just, it's not going to happen. I mean, this is, number one, the person is in very low energy. I mean, the Page of Pentacles ain't shit. The Page of Pentacles is a very low energy compared to not the King and Queen, but compared to the Magician. The Magician is strong manifestation power. The Magician is out of this world manifestation, whereas the Page of Pentacles is very small. It's entry level, like an entry level witch, entry level, whatever you want to call yourself. But this person is, I don't know, this person ain't gonna do shit but cause themselves some heartbreak. That's it. Maybe that could be somebody that could be doing just like a simple love spell, trying to get somebody back, but it's not gonna work. I mean, this energy is too solid when you compare everything that is over here compared to this person that is trying to interfere. It just doesn't compare. These are two completely separate energies, and over here is more powerful. You have, as the overall energy, you have the 10 of Pentacles. The 10 of Pentacles is all about a very solid foundation. The 10 of Pentacles is family life, home life, safety, security, abundance, prosperity. The 10 of Pentacles, I love Pentacles and love readings because it's more solid and you can get a lot of shit done. You have it paired with a fine ass motherfucker, which is the King of Wands. It's saying that there's a King of Wands in your energy. This is that Chango energy. That's that, it's that nigga. Very good looking, got his shit together, know how to, speak to a woman, how to talk to a woman. The one thing you got to be careful with the King of Wands is that, he's a very smooth talker. He will get you out of your panties very quickly now. He don't have those things coming off. That's the one thing about the King of Wands. But this is, no, the funny thing about it though, this is the energy that you met your match. That's the one thing about it. Chango and Oshun, that couple was a couple where it's like, oh, both of y'all met y'all match. Because Oshun was an energy that they say was so beautiful that men would just look at her and their dicks would automatically get hard and start busting everywhere without even touching her. And then Chango is the male version of Oshun. It said that Chango was so goddamn fine and gorgeous that everybody wanted to get with that nigga. Everybody was signing up to get with that nigga. That the women wanted to sleep with him, and if the men didn't want to sleep with him, they wanted to be like him. So this is a really good energy that it meets its match. Where it's like, oh motherfucker, you fine, I'm fine as hell too. This is an energy that both of you will meet your match. This is very strong, similar energy where it's like, oh baby, just know, if you cheat in this connection, just know I can go out and do the same thing. Just like you got a list of people that want you, I got a roster as well. So it's like, don't fuck it up. this is, I love seeing balanced energy on both sides, because normally that's what keeps everything in order. Is that, you can't act like you're the prize in this relationship when both of you have the same level of beauty and everything else. And so, this is a couple that, you guys are balanced. You have truly met your match. You have the magician here with the King of Wands. The magician is a manifestation card that is out of this world. This is someone that manifested this connection in, and the manifestation is on the side of the King of Wands. And it's not necessarily mean that they specifically manifested you in. This could have been somebody that is saying, Lord, I'm tired of, dating all these ducks. I'm ready for something to actually be mine. I'm ready for something that is, that I'm supposed to be with, that is meant to be with me. And, the magician, he manifested this in that, this is going to end up being a very strong connection. Now, where manifestation is on his side, destiny is the thing that is on your side. You've been put in a position in your life that you are searching for your purpose. You're searching for meaning in this life. And, that is the thing about a twin flame. The twin flame journey ignites and start each other when both of you are on the same frequency. Both of you have to be on the same frequency, and you start to pull each other in. The Queen of Wands is saying, you have been on a mission of destiny, that you are saying, what is my life purpose? What am I supposed to be doing? Who am I supposed to be with? What did I agree to before coming to this earth? What is my soul contract? That has been your purpose. And so you're on that frequency. And now your twin is matching you by saying, I'm manifesting what is supposed to be in my life. I'm manifesting what is real. I'm manifesting what is true. I'm manifesting what is destiny. And now, because both of you are doing two completely different things, he's manifesting your focus on destiny, but at the end of the day, you both have circled each other in, and now you're bringing each other in. You're pulling each other in. That these are two people that is pulling each other in based on the frequency that you both are doing very similar things in your life, that you're looking for something deeper. And that is the thing that is igniting this twin flame connection. You have in the crowning energy, the crowning energy is the 10 of Cups, and it's paired with the 4 of Wands. Oh my gosh. This cannot get any beautiful. I kind of wish I want to steal this energy from me, girl, but I'm going to let you have it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to let you have it. You already got a hater out there with the Queen of Cups. You don't need two. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm going to let you have it, but this is very beautiful energy. The 10 of Cups is all about, and now you have full circle. That's the one thing about it. You have the 10 of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups. The 10 of Cups is divine love, emotional fulfillment, harmony, is that intimacy, that, cuddling and loving the other person, loving the honeymoon stage. And so you now have the full emotional aspect and the full physical aspect with the 10 of Pentacles being here. This is going to end up being a very powerful connection when it comes together. And then you have the clarifier as the 4 of Wands, and the 4 of Wands is home life. The 4 of Wands is beauty, and so, I love it. The outcome position is just, I wouldn't even worry about it. Girl, you ain't even in powerful energy over here. You have the Queen of Cups, and the Queen of Cups is paired, or the clarifier is the Page of Pentacles. Girl, come on. Page of Pentacles compared to the Magician card, that ain't shit. Page of Pentacles compared to a Destiny card, that's not shit. This is somebody from the past that is still trying to hold on to this person, because even the clarifiers from the other deck, it is saying that, this person used to have a home with this person, but there was a breakup. There's a breakup here, that they're no longer talking to each other. They're no longer with each other, but yet this person is still trying to interfere. It's not going to happen. Girl, that energy is too low over there. I wouldn't even give it a second thought. You have the card at the bottom of the deck, which is what you don't see coming. You have the Two of Cups. Two people is getting ready to come together and to choose each other. I do love the Two of Cups more than I love the Lover's card, because the Lover's card is a destiny card. It's a major arcana, and it's saying that it's outside of your control. With this one, it's a minor arcana, and it's saying that these are two people that is going to choose each other. This is a free will card, and I love it when two people are coming together and they're choosing each other. You do have right under there, you have the Nine of Wands, and the Nine of Wands is all about the testing of your faith, which means something is going to occur before this connection come in, just to test your faith. Normally, when the Nine of Wands comes with a when the Nine of Wands come, I'll give an example for both. With the King of Wands, the King of Wands is in an energy of manifestation, where this is someone that is trying to manifest a partner that truly matches their energy and what they desire. When the Nine of Wands is at play, the Nine of Wands is the testing of your faith. That is what the Nine of Wands is all about. And the Nines of Wands is saying, I'm about to give you something, and I'm going to see if you're a man of your word, if you really want something that is going to match your energy. And Spirit will allow somebody to come in that is completely opposite than what it is that they're praying for, and saying, now let's see if you fall for this. And if you pass the test and say, you know what, this person is not on my level, they're not compatible with me, then the Queen of Wands is going to come in. When it comes to the Queen of Wands, the testing of her faith, this is an energy of somebody that is in destiny, that they are being aligned with what it is that they feel is destiny. They're looking for their life purpose, which means Spirit is going to throw you a curveball and give you something that is completely opposite than your destiny. This could be a broke ass nigga with good dick. And Spirit is going to say, let's see if you're going to fall for this. Let's see if you're going to accept this person instead of getting people that is aligned to your destiny right now. And the moment you say, you know what, this is not for me, this nigga is already trying to jump into bed and just want to fuck a bitch, don't want to give nothing else in return, don't bring nothing else to the table, I pass. That is when the King of Wands is going to show up. And so the Nine of Wands is at play here, that it is going to be a testing of faith. And it's once you pass this test, you're going to end up operating in this very beautiful energy. So, baby, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you.
No problem. Have a good one. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Thank you.
All right. Bye. And so I see it's a line of people now. So is my next person already on?
Yes, hello, good evening.
Okay, good. Oh, I like how she on business. I like how she
Bonsoir.
did that. So yep, that is good. I like how she did that. So everything is already in order. All right, let's see what's in the cards for you. It's gonna be the exact same thing that and then for you for LKLN, make sure that after this you send me your just DM me your email address. And when you send me your email address, I'll end up doing a reading for you, and I'll email it to you. And so I'll email you your reading probably tomorrow. Tomorrow when I get up, I'll do your reading and I'll email it over to you. But I want you to send me your email, because I'm not going to put my email on here and have everybody emailing me. No. So email me and I got you. Email me your email address and I'll send you a reading in the morning. All right. So let's get to my caller that is active now. It's the same thing. If it's going to be something, personal, too personal, that I don't feel comfortable discussing, if it gets too personal, it's going to be your responsibility, that you're going to have to reach out to me, because most likely I'm going to ask you for your email so I can just email the reading over to you. If it's not nothing too personal, I'm going to go ahead and just do the reading now while I'm on live, because it's a whole lot easier and I don't have to write anything up.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Egun. Thank you, Egun. Thank you, Spirit Guys. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarabanda. Thank you, Risha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Ola Dumaray. Thank you, Ola Rune. Thank you, Ola Fee. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Oh, let me know what's in the card. Ashe. Ashe. What is it that you want to convey, Spirit? We have the Empress. You are starting off with the Empress. Empress is very beautiful energy. She is the combination of all four of the queens. The Empress has her shit together. She's a very beautiful energy, very powerful energy. And she is the divine feminine, baby. She is the divine feminine. You have the Queen of Wands, and we have the World card. It's the clarifier. All right. What is crossing energy? We have the Seven of Pentacles. Okay, crossing energy, we have the Emperor with the Hierophant with the Ten of Swords. Oh man, this is very powerful energy. I mean, the Emperor and the Empress, that's a divine counterpart. That's a whole lot powerful. Both of you are in the energy of all of the kings and queens. We got the Five of Pentacles in the upright. Okay, there's some sadness here. This is a story. But we do have the Ace of Cups, that love is getting ready to come in. You're getting a gift from the universe. We have the King of Wands. We have the Judgment card and the Nine of Pentacles. It's showing the way how to get back to prosperity and abundance, how to get back to a luxury lifestyle. We have the Ace of Wands at the bottom of the deck, which is a passion and new beginning. I mean, this is a journey that, you know, both of you are taking. This is a journey that both of you are taking. You both are, but it looked like you have risen, but he hasn't. The divine masculine haven't risen. You know, both of you started off as the King and Queen of Wands, and in both settings, in both aspects of this reading, this is confirming that you are a twin flame, because you are being seen as the Queen of Wands and he is being seen as the King of Wands. The other person is being seen as the King of Wands. But the reason why if there was a separation or some in this connection, part of the reason why is because you elevated and the other person haven't elevated yet. You used to be the Queen of Wands because you have the Queen of Wands as the clarifier, not the overall energy. The clarifier is saying the Queen of Wands and the World card, it said that you completed a cycle in your life and you are now being seen as the overall energy, as the Empress. And your overall energy is of the Empress. His clarifier is the Emperor, which means he haven't made it yet. He's aspiring to be the Emperor and being led to be the Emperor, but it's not the Emperor yet. And that's where the disconnect is coming in at, is that you are literally on a completely different level than your, like when people say growing apart, I hate when people use that term growing apart, because I just think that people just naturally don't grow apart. Yours is true. Yours is true. You have literally grown apart because you have went on a different level, you know, and when you go, any phase in life, when we go on a different level, that we have passed our awakenings and stuff like that, you got to understand part of the awakening process is to strip away everything that is no longer serving your highest good. It's everything that can't go to that next level. And so with a twin flame, they're necessarily not stripped away. But remember, the thing that brings a twin flame together is that both of you are on the same frequency. And when you were the king and queen of wands, you were both on the same frequency. But you did the things that you were supposed to do in your life, and now you are being seen as the empress, which is the combination of all four of the queens. It's the Queen of Pentacles. It's the Queen of Wands. It's the Queen of Swords. It's the Queen of Cups. And so you are being seen as the strong matriarch energy. The queen, the empress is abundance, nurturing, the true divine feminine. It's the energy of the divine feminine. And you have elevated in life. You are no longer just being seen as just the Queen of Wands. You have truly elevated in life, and you have went into a completely different archetype, which is a way stronger archetype. And he haven't made it there yet. He's fallen short. This person has fallen short, and that's where the disconnect is going to be in life, where, when you see this type of energy, the Queen of Wands could be, someone that is, working a job, like just showing the elevation. This could be someone that's working a job that's been in management for a long period of time. And now when the Empress energy come in, this is someone that's saying, you know what, I no longer want to work for anybody else. I'm going to end up creating my own business, and someone that's being very successful in that lane. The only thing about it is that when you jump to that lane, especially having a partner, and that person doesn't jump with you in some type of way, whether it's going into management and being able to make a good salary, or whether it's them getting their own job, it can create some strife within the connection. It can create some competitive energy within the connection. And normally those are the things that disconnects the connection, because when you constantly see your other person glowing up in all of these different ways, that spirit is with them and blessing them, and every time you turn around they're in a new type of energy, it can create some strife within the connection, especially if you are not with a strong, mature man. And when you are in the energy of the Empress, a king and a queen cannot be around an empress for too long, because that energy is vibrating so high and is vibrating so fast, it will eventually drain the king and queen, because the king and queen is only mastery of one element. And so you can hang with the person when they are on the same element as you, because it's like, oh, we're both wands. But then once that person transform and go into the energy of the queen of cups, and the energy of the queen of swords, and then start using those energies at the same time, oh baby, you get drained. Like
I kind of just got tired. I was dealing with a narcissistic person, and I kind of just didn't want that roller coaster anymore. Like, this person is lazy, doesn't have any ambitions, no goals, and I just got tired. After a while, you just get tired of certain situations.
And yeah, and it's mainly because this person just didn't elevate at the same time that that you did. Will the elevation happen? I don't know. It's looking like it's getting there. Spirit is working with them there. But this person, at the end of the day, the outcome position is still only seeing them as the king of wands. And so, even when we look at the crossing energy is saying that this person is looking at long-term view, and they want to get there. Even the clarifier is The Empress is the goal here. This is where they want to be.
But it's confusing because sometimes I don't even know if this person really loves me. Like I get a lot of mixed signals. It's just all over the place.
You know, at the end of the day, the thing that I'm getting from this reading is that it's love here, but at the end of the day, there's also a new thing that you have to consider with this dynamic is that you are just completely different than this person now. Like imagine if this was an energy that this started over trauma bonding or something like that, where both of you were glued together based on trauma that you've been through in the past, or you were glued together based on some key element because both of you are in the same element. Now you have risen from that. You are no longer in that energy. And so, but that person is still is. And so, this is someone that, even though there is love there, you may not see that love because now there's a sense of intimidation. That, when you speak, when you operate, when you move in a way that sometimes I might not be able to comprehend. You move in a way and sometimes where I might not catch up. Because, sometimes like even when we, say things like, oh, the other person is lazy, sometimes what we convey as lazy is that, baby, your energy can be so strong that you put him to sleep. That's the one thing I know about an empress being with someone that is lower than her. You could be a moving
And
a
then
moving bum in the house where you are like, ooh, I'm finna do this. I'm finna add this to my calendar. Ooh, I'm finna start this new business. I'm finna do that. And the Empress can do that. She can manifest the shit out of anything and she can move at such a rapid rate. Oh, but he ain't there. He ain't there.
yeah, and then it's like we had a very abusive past, so this one of the reasons why I stopped, messing with him. I just like left things how it is.
Yep. And you can see that in the energy over here with the Ten of Swords, is that, he has a lot that he is dealing with mentally as well. And that's another thing that is slowing down this energy. And, that's why I said, if this is an energy where you originally got together because there was a trauma bond here, you were able to escape that trauma bond and he was not able to escape that trauma bond. And so, because of that, there is always going to be now a level of intimidation that, and that is where you may end up seeing the narcissistic behaviors and stuff like that, because it's like,
And I
damn,
think also like me telling him about himself, he doesn't like it. He doesn't know how to take criticism.
no, it's just not taking criticism from you. You would be the worst person to take criticism from because the only reason being is because you both started on the same level and now you have been able to level up in life and he has not been able to level up. And so you have to think when somebody is already intimidated and now you're already telling them about themselves, regardless of how you wrap it up, the only thing this person is hearing in their mind is you're talking down to me. And everything you say is going to now turn into a fight and an argument
Yeah, he
because
thinks
you're
everything
talking
is
down to me.
disrespect.
And so and that's how it is, when you carry, and trust me, I get it. I have always been in a position in a situation like that where people I have dated, I'm always because I'm a divine feminine. I've always been in the energy of the Empress that, I have my shit together. I have 3 master's degrees. I have my master's in human
Right,
resource
period.
management. I have my MBA. I have my law degree. I make 6 figures. I have 3 books that I have published, and I have revenue coming from that. I have my YouTube channel. I have revenue coming from that. I have my own business of doing divination and stuff like that, and I have revenue coming from that. And so this energy, and it's like, yeah. we shouldn't be walking on eggshells, but when you choose to be with somebody that is not on the same level as you, and when this thing first started, you were on the same level. Once you get to that point that you're not on the same level as the other person, you do got to be a little bit more, cautious of how you speak to the other person, because everything can end up being, oh, you think you're better than me. Oh, and
But
and
that's the problem. Like I try to like help him. Like let's apply for jobs. Let's try to go get your GED. Things like that. Like just positive things. And he always like, oh, you always downgrading me. You always telling me what I need to do. You disrespecting me as a man. And I'm just like, okay, whatever.
And yeah, and sometimes it's best to let spirit take over, because sometimes we want to rush the process. We want the person to be here right now, but sometimes it's better to pray to the deities, pray to the ancestors, and say, I put this in your hands. If this person is really meant to be with me, then, let them, meet me on this level, and then trust that the ancestors is going to take care of this. But then sometimes we have a hard time trusting the ancestors, and we like, okay, look, it's going to take them a year to get this done. I'm going to get this done
I've
now.
been dealing
And we
with it
go
for
in, boom,
seven
boom, boom, boom,
years.
boom,
The
and we
same
damage the person.
situation.
And so,
7 years. It's the same situation. And I've just like, you know what? This is not going nowhere. You're not progressing. Like, it's time for me to move on. I love you. I care about you, but we just in two paths right now.
But sometimes the thing that was the problem, it is the 7 years. Because sometimes, when we start talking to spirit and we say, spirit take the wheel, deities take the wheel, there were so many times in my marriage where spirit told me to throw in the towel, and I didn't want to throw in the towel because I was in love. I thought that I could change the person. I thought that I could elevate them and the whole 9 yard, but I ignored everything that spirit was saying, and I kept holding on to somebody that I was not necessarily saying that you're not meant to be with. It's saying that you're not meant to be with in this moment. And when we carry that person, now trying to do the role of God, of trying to put them in this position, that is when we mess up a lot of things. We now end up going through a lot of hurt and pain that was unnecessary. We now start, end up hurting the other person because we're trying to force a lifestyle or something on them. When sometimes the best thing that we can do, if spirit is saying let it go, to let it go regardless.
And the thing
And
is, I just
trust.
don't like the using thing. He's always asking for stuff, and I just feel like I'm being used. So I was just like, I'm not dealing with this.
That is always going to be the case when you have somebody at a more elevated level compared to somebody that's not. That person is always going to end up asking for things and stuff like that because you have more to give versus the other person. You can give $1,000 and it might not be nothing to you. They can give you $10 and that meant the world to them. That means they won't be able to pay their bills now. And so, that it could be a completely difference because these are two elevated things. When you are looking at an empress, this is somebody that can be making bread, making money completely compared
Like,
to
for example, right?
a king and queen.
Like, for example, right? He goes, oh, I don't have to answer to you. I don't have to answer your texts. I don't have to go over there if I don't want to. But could you send me money for a haircut? And I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Uh-huh. But see, those are boundaries and stuff that need to be set up where it's like, okay, look, if you feel that, you don't have to communicate, properly, you want to put up boundaries with communication, but yet there's no boundaries when it comes to receiving money. Oh, baby, I would have ended that relationship a long time ago. It didn't have to be years. That would have lasted maybe for a month. That would have been short lived because, everything in relationships is all about, and I don't want to say it this way, but it really is all about conditioning. When you condition the person that you're going to respect me respect is going to be there. When you say, you know what, if you talk to me sideways, if you talk to me disrespectful, then I'm gone and out the door. When you leave and you go out that door, you just now condition that person that I know my worth, I know what it is that I possess, and you're not going to talk
And
to
I
me any
think
kind of
that's
way.
what it is. I've got too comfortable before, and now that I'm serious, he doesn't take it serious.
Yep. But see, people take it serious when they know, because see, the worst thing that we can do in a relationship is to show somebody that we are a ride or die. I'm not a ride or die. I never will be. I will never be beside you no matter what it is that you throw my way. You throw disrespect and stuff my way, I'm going to be out that door. I'm not a ride or die. I'm not going to stay with you regardless of the condition. And when we have shown somebody that we are a ride or die, you can cheat on me, you can disrespect me, and no matter what, I'm still going to be there. It's very hard for that person to come back and respect you now. It's very hard for that person to give you any type of respect, because it's like, who the fuck are you? I've always been able to disrespect you and I was still able to fuck. I have always been able to mess around with other people and still be able to fuck. Sometimes the only way that you can break that conditioning is by completely letting that person go and letting them know that you are willing to move on with your life without them. And
Yeah,
that is the
so
thing that you're
now that
putting the
it's
right
been
energy.
like maybe 2 months now, I guess he's starting to realize, and he's like blowing up my phone, texting, and I'm just like, just leave me alone. Like, there's nothing else for me to say to you. And he's like begging, you know?
And yep, and you know that's the thing, is that where a lot of people mess up is that I would not, if this is somebody you really love, I would not completely close the door, but at the end of the day, I would not do anything that will make this person think that this is what I want. What I want is not for you to call me every single day. Not That's not what I want. I don't want you to chase me in this type of way. What I want is for you to grow. What I want is for you to change. And right now, the one thing that I would say that I would never get back with this person until they show up as the emperor in the reading. Because as long as you are being seen as the empress, regardless of what energy they are in, they can be in the
He
king
says
of
I left
swords.
him in the dust like everyone else.
Oh yeah, you see that. You see that in the crowning energy. The crowning energy is the Five of Pentacles. This is someone that has. This is someone feel like they were left out in the cold, and that is somebody with abandonment issues. That's just the person speaking in their abandonment. But that doesn't mean that it's because remember, you're no longer a queen. A queen is the one that falls for those traps and say, oh, you felt like I left you in the dust. Oh, let me just come back in your life and let me just love on you and stuff like that. An empress can care less. She like, bitch, text me when you out of text me when you
Yeah.
out of the code. We'll meet at Denny's.
And that's exactly where I'm at.
Because that's the one thing about it. The Empress doesn't fall for the manipulation, because what you want is not a verbal change. What you want is not someone begging for time and attention. What you want is to be able to truly see a change in this person's life. And so you can keep the door open if you want and always redirect this person into changing their life, or you can completely go ahead and close the door and trust that universe is going to bring this thing back in its right season. Because right now you're just dealing with a more immature person that is really intimidated by the energy that you are in, because you can tell from this reading that you both of you started in the same place. You both were in the same place at one point. And when you were both in the same place, this relationship thrived because you were both in the same energy. But now these are two completely different, situations. Now you're at a more elevated energy that you have learned from a lot of stuff. You have learned from your mistakes, and this person, sadly, they haven't. And because of that, they're going to always be stuck in this energy until they choose to change. This person has a lot of pain associated with them, with the 10 of Pentacles being here, with the 5 of Pentacles being here. This is someone dealing with a lot of pain, but remember, it is not your responsibility in order to
Yeah,
be
and
able to grow.
the communication is just done. I've explained my emotions and feelings and everything. His reply is just okay, 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 okay. So I'm just like, okay, if you don't care, then I don't care either. I'm just done.
And yep. And so for now, just let it be. Because this person needs time in order to really change. And spirit is here. You have the Hierophant here that God is with this person. You have, with the Five of Pentacles and the crowning energy, you have the Ace of Cups as the clarifier. That love is eventually gonna
And
come
then the
in.
thing is, one thing I don't play about is my saints. Like he'll be like, "Oh, you're a devil, you and these saints." And I'm like, "Listen, what we're not going to do is bring that up. Like, let's respect, and he doesn't respect. So, I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to deal with you.
Yep, but that could be somebody just dealing with brainwashing because at the end of the day, this person is getting ready to go through an awakening themselves. The King of Wands is getting ready to go through an awakening. I would not be surprised that when this person actually turn into the Emperor, that they're going to be more involved with the saints than what you are. That's normally how it is. It's always the people that have spent their whole life rejecting this path, talking down about this path and everything else. When they finally cross over, they end up loving more than what we end up loving. And that is going to be a beautiful energy, but it's just not right here in the present. In the present, this is someone that is very hurt. You're dealing with, and that's the one thing about it is you're not dealing with an immature man. You're dealing with a hurt and broken man. This is
Yeah, and I
somebody
don't
with
want
a
to
lot
deal
of
with someone that
insecurity.
is still dwelling on their baby moms. He's in love with the mother of his kids. He can't let that go. It's just a lot of situations he doesn't want to let go, and I'm just done.
But I would say that it's not even love that that this person is holding on to. This is a lot of pain. So this is someone that if they are still stuck over their baby mom, they're stuck over the fact that they created a broken home. And now, they can no longer talk about their father because they did the exact same thing that their father did. This is not a hoish energy in here. This is a broken energy. This is someone that is very broken.
And that's what he says. He cries to me. He's like, I'm just broken.
Uh-huh. And that's exactly what he is. What he is. What he's conveying is 100% right based on what the cards is saying, but that's still not an excuse to be able to disrespect someone. This is someone eventually that they're going to have to go within and they're going to have to find the right path that they're supposed to be on. Because right now, as long as this person is refusing to grow, there's no real connection here. And there's opportunities. The judgment card is here that an awakening is going to lead this person back to the Nine of Pentacles. But the only thing about it is, on your side, you got to be able to trust this as well. That everything that Spirit has for you is going to be for you, but it's only going to be in due time. We can't bring somebody back before that time, regardless of what that looked like. We cannot bring that person back before it's time for them to come back.
And I
And
think
so,
that's my problem that I have to work on is that I want everything right there and then.
uh huh.
And I have to learn how to have patience.
Yep, and it's learning how to trust, in the saints. We gotta learn how to trust them. It's because Elegua can tell us all day that a door is gonna open, and when a door opens, we gotta understand that not only do the good come in, but distractions can come in as well, and we have to be able to discern what is the blessing and what is the distraction. And you got to always understand the position that you sit at. You're sitting at a very high energy. The Empress cannot be with just anybody. The Empress have to be with the Emperor, or they have to be with the Magician, the High Priestess. They got to be with somebody that is on the same level as them or someone that's higher than them. Dating anybody in a lesser energy than you, you're always going to end up going through the same problem. You're going to end up being mother instead of wife.
Yes, I totally agree.
And so, I would say, for this energy, for what the energy is saying now, it's always going to be up to your discernment of what spirit is saying. But the best thing to do, it would be to close this door and to let this person go. Because if they're used to being able to sweet talk you in to coming back and being that ride or die when they have made mistakes, when they have cheated, when they have done all of
And then
this
that's
other
the thing,
stuff.
though. He expects for me to forgive him and do all of this and sweetie, sweetie. But then when it's my turn to express myself, it's like he don't care. So it's just like, what's the whole point of rekindling what's already broken?
Then this is letting you know right now that all of this lip service that he is doing now, that's exactly what it is. It's nothing but lip service. It's nothing that he has really been through right now in order to really force a change. It's coming with the judgment card being here, but at the end of the day, this is not really a real change. The one thing that I would do, I would honestly block the person, that they will not have access to me, of not giving me messages and stuff like that. Because right now, the only thing that this person is speaking through is through their trauma. And they're trying to hope to get you back based on trauma. And the one thing that you will notice about people with abandonment issues is that people with abandonment issues, they will sweet talk you now to try to get you back. And when that haven't worked, after a while, the next thing you know, it's gonna be like, you bitch ass nigga, you ain't shit to me, your mama ain't shit, your daddy ain't shit. It's gonna end up being extremely toxic. People with abandonment
We
issues,
have
they
already been
always
through
go
that.
like
It's
that.
been domestic violence, it's been everything. Court cases, police involved, it's been all of that. I'm just done.
And so it's like, for now, it's let it go. That's the best advice I can give you. Oh, I need a charger. Good thing I seen my phone was getting ready to die. I need a charger. So yeah, the best thing you can do is let it go. It's that this is no longer, serving your highest good. And notice how in the cards it's not saying that a new love is coming in right now. And normally, when the cards don't focus on new love, that means this is the time to wrap up what is already happening with the love that was present, which means you really need to take the time to heal and to let this energy go. Because that is normally the most unhealthiest thing we can do, is jump from relationship to relationship. So it's like, completely take the time to
Yeah, and it's been
heal.
hard with healing. I have my days where I cry and I'm like, oh, I miss him. And then, there's days where I'm like, no, Haley, you got to go back to being strong.
Yep, and that's the healing process. And even on a time where you miss the person, it's nothing wrong with that, because we're human. But it's like, that's when you take the time and you pray to the saints, where it's like, heal him as well. Yemaya, wash him with your waters. Cleanse him and remove all of this.
That's crazy that you said that because that is my saint.
And And so yeah, this is the time. And Yemaya is a very, beautiful energy. I love Yemaya. Yemaya is the one that led me to the religion. And so
Yeah.
it's like, that is when you pray, to the saints, especially, with this heavy energy. You already know, whenever you pray to Yemaya with heavy energy like that, you always have to have a fan. That is why it's a fan on every last one of the female Orisha's altar. With Yemaya, it's a shaker that you shake and you do the
Yeah.
incantation. And the entire time that you are telling Yemaya about everything that's happening, this nigga done took me to court, This nigga done did that. You are fanning her because whenever you have those deep discussions, you're fanning her the entire time as you're speaking to her. And give Yemaya offerings. Yemaya is really good with responding.
Yeah.
Give her some beer,
Like,
give
believe
her
it or
some pork
not,
rinds.
since I've been talking to her, I cry, I yell, I pray, and she's been helping me through my journey. She's honestly been helping me get stronger and stronger every day.
And I can see that, especially with being in the Empress energy. Yemaya is a very, very powerful deity. Yemaya is the three crown deity. According to the Painted Keys, Olodumare gave her dominion over the earth, over the moon, and over all bodies of water. Yemaya is a very powerful deity, and people don't realize how powerful Yemaya is. Yemaya is very powerful. So keep working with Yemaya and cleanse yourself like crazy.
Yeah, I do need a cleansing.
Yep. And so make sure you're cleansing yourself and make sure that you are doing Ebo. Ebo is one of the most important things that you can be doing, during this time. Find you a priest that you can connect with. I have Ebo on my site that you can go to my YouTube channel and look at any of my readings and go to the
Okay.
description and it will take you to my stand. It will take you to my stand store. And for everybody else, that's how you sign up for readings, Ebo, cleansings, everything. You can go to any one of my videos on YouTube and go to the description and you will see the link to my stand store. And that's where you can sign up for readings, Ebo, and the whole 9 yards. When you are going through stuff like this, Ebo is very important. And every month as a follower, we are supposed to be doing a reading with a priest every month. We're supposed to be doing Ebo and a cleansing. Those are the three things that we are supposed to be doing every single month. And this when we start lacking in those areas, that is when we start seeing a lot of problems. And all of us need to learn how to get with a priest that we really trust in, because there's a lot of scammers out here. We need to get with a priest we really trust, and we need to start doing that monthly routine that we're supposed to
Yeah,
be
it's been
doing.
hard for me to look for one. I've been trying to look for one for like a couple of months now, but I haven't found any.
And see, and now spirit has led you here, especially with Yemaya.
Yeah.
Yemaya, that's the one thing about it. Oya and Yemaya doesn't like each other. They don't fuck with each other on that level.
Yeah.
Those are the two sisters that don't fuck with each other. But at the end of the day, their connection is Oshun. Oya loves Oshun. Yemaya loves Oshun. Oya loves Oshun so much that it is said that in order to really please Oya, you give offering to Oshun first and then come to Oya and give offering to Oya. But Yemaya and Oya, they loves Oshun. But the one thing that I will say about their relationship, Oya and Yemaya, as much as they don't love each other, is Oya is a protector of Yemaya's children, and Yemaya
Mm-hmm.
is a protector of Oya's children. It was Yemaya that led me to this religion. And when I was going through my ceremony, it was Yemaya that spoke. And she said, you better always remember me and you better acknowledge me as your mother. You better see yourself as having two mothers. Not only do you have Oya, but you have me as your mother as well.
Yep.
And I make sure that I honor and acknowledge Yemaya in the same energy and attention that I honor and acknowledge Oya. And so, both of them are very synced with me. It's just like what Yemaya said. When I give my offerings and everything, it's as if I have two head orishas. I treat them both the same and I give them both offerings and everything else.
That is so true. Oh my God, Rashad, you give me goosebumps.
So yep, those two are very synced. But yeah, make sure that in this situation, that's the one thing about it is that I'm never afraid to talk to Yemaya about anything. When it comes to Yemaya is the one out of all of the Orishas that is the altar that I will go and I will cry on. I
And
will tell
believe it
all
or
my
not,
problems to
there
her.
was times I've thought about getting revenge. and kind of just like being spiteful. But then I was like, what is that gonna do?
And
You
yep,
know?
and it will be no need, especially when you know that none of this stuff was purpose driven and it was all, put in by pain. Because that's a lesson that I tell people all the time. Before you do anything on somebody else, the first thing you want to do is to do a reading, because the only thing that is going to be justified in a reading to send magic to somebody is if it shows in the reading that this person purposely did these things in your life, that, this is what justice is. But you'll be surprised when you go to the Orishas and say, hey, should I do this to this person? And they say no, because in their eyes, they're like, this is not justice. You can't wound somebody that is already wounded, and they only did things because they were in this wounded energy. And so normally the Orishas will frown upon that. They like, no, send this person magic for what? They're already in a shithole. Where are you going to take them from here? And it's like, the only thing that can be beyond this is death. And so, whenever there is anything, you always do a reading and see what is in their energy, see who is protecting them. Because especially if you have an energy that, you do a reading on them and they have protective energy around them, because this is somebody that has the judgment card around them, which means there is a deity in this person's life that is trying to get their attention, as well as the Hierophant. There's a deity here that is trying to get this person attention. And I don't know why Spirit just told me Obatala. Obatala could be the crown of this person's head, but it takes a Babalau in order to do that. But this is somebody that is trying to get their attention, that is trying to lead them to the right path. And especially depending on what version of Obatala that this person have, because we all have different versions. Like with my version, I don't have the old man Obatala. My Obatala is a young warrior that has a sword on him and that is represented as red and white. That version of Obatala, trying to mess with
Yeah,
somebody.
he's stuck in his childhood trauma. He's
Uh-huh.
very fragile right now.
And so that is a thing that you have to give grace to. Once we get to the point where we acknowledge what is actually in this person energy and feeling their energy, then that is when we got to say, hey, at the end of the day, I got to let it go, because, this is not them speaking. It's just like, kind of like in Christianity. This is not them speaking. This is an energy. Everything goes back to energy. This is a
So
spirit.
I told him, I said, I forgive you. I pray for you. And I wish that, things will get better for you.
Yep. And now it's time to truly let him go, because you don't want him to keep thinking that he still has full access to you and is giving him false hope. Because as long as he feel that he has access to you, he's never going to change, because he's always going to think no matter what, you're going to keep accepting him at the energy that he is in now, which that is not what an empress would do. You're going to have to eventually end up completely letting him go in order for him to learn this lesson.
Yeah.
So, yep. So, all right. So I gotta jump to my next
Yeah.
person, but just, make sure you can go on my YouTube. The link is in the bio on TikTok, and you can go to my YouTube channel and you can sign up for whatever you need to. But I really do recommend you doing Ebo.
Okay. Thank you, Rashad.
All right, no problem. All right, have a good one.
You too. Bye bye.
All right, bye. All right, so now I'm with my next person. All right, it's going to be this exact same thing that I'm going to see what's in your energy, and then from there, if it's too personal, I'm not going to do it. It's going to be your responsibility to send me an email. If it's not too personal, we're going to go ahead and just talk about it here.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Egon. Thank you, Spirit Guys. Thank you, Ancestors. Ooh, 9 of Cups. I already want to flip out before I finish. Thank you, Egon. Thank you, Spirit Guys. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarah Vonda. Thank you, Risha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Olodumare. Thank you, Olorun. Thank you, Olofi. Clearly, you have been praying. Spirit is saying your wish is being fulfilled. The 9 of Cups is all about a wish being fulfilled. Whatever it is you've been praying for, get ready. Open your heart, open your mind, open your door, open your window, open everything else, because something is getting ready to come in. You have the 7 of Pentacles as the clarifier for this. This is something that's going to last. This is, when the 7 of Pentacles is mixed with the 9 of Pentacles, this is something that is going to be more than enough. It's going to be sufficient. This is not a blessing where it's going to only carry you from paycheck to paycheck, where it's only going to carry you from A to B. This is sufficient. This is something that could last a while. Some type of blessing is getting ready to come in for you. This is something this is something that can stand the test of time. If it's love, it can stand the test of time. If this is money, this is going to be a pretty good amount that's going to be good for you. You have the Star card, inspiration. Somebody is being inspired heavily, and they're being inspired to communicate with you with the Page of Swords. And this person is being seen as the Queen of Swords. As the Queen of Swords, there's a Queen of Swords out there that's being inspired to contact you, to reach out to you. Or no, unless you're being seen as the Queen of Swords and this person is being seen as the King of Wands. Because you got the King of Wands as the clarifier. Let's see what the crowning energy is. What's the crowning energy? But there's a heavy inspiration on your energy with the Star card being here. Like the Star card is one of those energies where it's all eyes on you. This person is very inspired by something that you do. And the Star card is a card of rejuvenation. It's being able to, bring somebody back to life. And this is, you're and the Star card is an earth angel as well. You're being seen as a very divine person. You're very anointed. You have an anointing over your life with the Star card being here, and especially with how you draw people in somehow, some way with the Star card being here. But you're very cutthroat too with the Queen of Swords. You're
Yes.
somebody that don't believe in a lot of bullshit. People don't survive too often in your energy. You do not like a lot of bullshit. You will cut somebody off very quickly with the Queen of Swords.
Yes, sir.
You do not like bullshit. You have no patience for bullshit. But you are definitely a strong pulling energy. I want to say it's kind of like an evangelist, but I know it's not an evangelist. Not with the Queen of Swords being here. I wouldn't be surprised if you're a shaman. That is the thing that I'm getting. I wouldn't be surprised if you're some type of shaman. Because and even now, that is the one thing I'm being glued to is this crossing energy. The crossing energy is very alluring. It's something about you. And that's the one thing that when people are around you, that I think that's the one thing that people notice about you is that, it's the same way. They can't pinpoint what it is, but it's something about you. It's something about you that you really do separate yourself from everybody else. You really do have a strong anointing over your life. I wish I can see what gift this is that is doing all of this pulling, because you have a very, very strong, powerful gift over here. This person is going through the Empress is going through a big transformation. They're going through a lot of pain with the Empress and the Ten of Swords and the Death card. Well, that's done. that's gonna be a season or two. You got Justice on your side. Justice is on your side. Justice is being served. There's a spiritual sentence here. Somebody did something wrong, and Spirit is saying, it's time to collect. Justice is definitely here on your side. What is the clarifier for the justice card? What is the clarifier for the justice card? What is the clarifier for the justice card? Now the King of Wands is a witch too. Just to keep that in mind. This could have been somebody doing witchcraft on you as well. Because the King of Wands, he is. The wands are witches. That's the one thing about it. And with justice being served too, this clarifier for the justice card needs to come out. Yep. I guess that if you got the magician, what's clarifying the justice card is the magician. The magician is clarifying the justice card. This King of Wands is somebody that did magic on you. You or somebody that has been suffering from magic. Things could have been, but see, that's the one thing about it, and that's just like what I told the last girl. It's funny that they came up in the last reading because you were sitting here as the star card, which is and I just want to see if Spirit is going to let me know. You were sitting here as the star card, which is an earth angel. This is a very divine energy. This is the energy of an earth angel. I don't think Spirit going to tell me it's already multiple cards coming out. I'm just trying to be nosy at this point because it's getting my attention. I'm just trying to see what the hell you are. That's the only thing I'm trying to do with this other deck is see who the hell you are. But it's not coming out. It's a possibility Spirit don't want to convey it. But you are something. That star card is sitting so beautiful and so bright. There's a lot of energy that's coming from this. I'm telling you, I really think that you are a shaman. I really think that's what it is, but Spirit ain't gonna come. Spirit said, "Nigga, focus on the cards and stop trying to be nosy." I just try to be nosy at times because I'm like, just let me know. I'm already in the energy, but I'm really thinking with the star card here, especially with the Queen of Swords, and then the Page of Swords being here too. You're a shaman, and I think you are a shaman that specifically work with the element of wind. That the things you speak becomes reality, which means that you are really good with cologne and perfume, incense, tobacco smoke, all of those things in the wind element. You are going to end up being very powerful with. I think that, see, now I'm hearing a ringing in my ear. I think that you are a very powerful shaman. I think that is the thing that this person underestimated, is that you are a very powerful shaman. And sometimes, these gifts come out regardless of what spiritual path and religion we follow. Because with you having this anointing over your life, and I really do feel that this is anointing as a powerful shaman, you can be a Christian and you know how to pray the motherfucking house down. That, when you pray, it is beautiful. The right words and stuff is being said. That you are praying where you're not begging and you're commanding things to happen and stuff like that. And that is the energy that I'm getting with the Page of Swords and the Queen of Swords, that your power, it lies through wind, and wind is communication, is cologne, is perfume, is incense, is tobacco smoke, it's bird feathers, all of those. I wouldn't be surprised is that when Spirit is trying to convey messages and stuff to you, you are always seeing bird feathers everywhere, because you are a person that, you dominate the element of wind, and that's the thing that I see here. You are very powerful person, regardless of what this is. And I really do feel that it's a shaman. That is the energy that I get from this, is that I really do feel that you are a, very powerful shaman. But anyways, your overall energy is the 9 of Cups. You have a wish that is getting ready to be granted. You have a wish that's getting ready to be fulfilled. The 9 of Pentacles, the 9 of Cups is an energy that this is someone that has been praying, that you have been asking spirit specifically for something. And the 9 of Cups is always a representation that your prayers are being heard, that you are going to get exactly what it is that you asked for. You have the 7 of Pentacles as the clarifier to this thing, which the 7 of Pentacles is saying that it's not going to be barely enough, that you're making it from paycheck to paycheck, from A to B. The 7 of Pentacles is long-term view. It's something that's going to sustain you. So something is getting ready to happen where you are going to end up being sustained, that this is going to be more than enough, that you're going to start noticing that, when you get done with your paycheck, after you got done paying your mortgage, your rent, your internet, your electricity, your water, and everything else, that now all of a sudden you got money left over. You got money left over in order to do the things that you want to do, because, skipping to the card at the bottom of the deck, what you don't see coming, you have the 10 of Pentacles coming in, and right under the 10 of Pentacles, you have the Page of Pentacles, and right under the Page of Pentacles, you got the 4 of Swords, and then right under the 4 of Swords, you got the 7 of Swords. And I'm only saying this because it's telling the story, that it's telling you that prosperity and abundance is getting ready to come in, and this is going to come in as a seed, but it's going to grow into something very beautiful, because Spirit said that this is your time of rest, because you have already been through a season of somebody stealing from you. You're going through this season now where you notice that something was wrong and that somebody was taking from you that they weren't supposed to take. And this was someone that was trying to pull on your energy. And Spirit is saying that this is the end of this season, and you're getting ready to go into prosperity and abundance. This is really good reading. Wow. You are being seen as someone very powerful, very anointed, with the Star card being here. And the Star card is just the energy of hope, direction, spirituality, and, that is the thing that I have just been glued on, this entire time, where it's just like, who the fuck are you? Because, you have a very strong and powerful anointing over your life. And, you are a ruler of communication, with the Page of Swords being here, with the Queen of Swords, that, you rule the element of wind. And that doesn't mean that your zodiac sign have to be a wind sign or anything like that. It's just, to me, it's showing that you're a very powerful shaman, and you're a shaman that works very good with the element of wind. You have, as the clarifier, you have the King of Wands, and the King of Wands is somebody that could have tried to put magic on you. They tried to put juju on you, but baby, you can't be putting juju on everybody, not realizing what the other person possessed, and clearly you outrank him. You gotta do better, man. This is why I tell everybody, before you think about doing that kitchen magic and everything else, you better learn and investigate who you sending magic on, because it just don't work like that. Some of these people are highly protected, and they are watched over by, powerful deities, that you got some people that they're so powerful, their spirit guides are deities and not the dead. Their spirit guides, that's what you're not getting. Their spirit guides are deities and not the fucking dead, not one of their ancestors, not Egun. Their whole fucking spirit guide is a whole goddamn deity. You gotta be careful who you trying to send magic to. I mean, you really gotta be careful of that, because now, once we see the King of Wands, the rest of this reading is the King of Wands' demise. That's all you see in the rest of the reading, which is part of the wish that's being fulfilled. You see an empress that is being stripped of everything. You see an emperor that is now going into the energy of the Ten of Pentacles. That this is someone that could be losing their mind. This is someone that could be going through illusions. This is someone that could be paranoid right now at this time. This is someone that is feeling a lot of pain. And it's all because they tried to come after an energy that completely outranked them. And then you have the Death card. The Death card in magic is a stripping away of something. When you look at the Death card, this is just skin and bones now, and the body is actually underneath the horse, and this person is being led to what can be perceived as like the Hierophant. And honestly, the thing that comes to mind when I see this, I see the curse of King Nebuchadnezzar. The curse of King Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible was a king that thought that he was just all of that in a bag of chips, and that he did not have to abide by spiritual laws and stuff like that. And the way that God humbled him is by stripping everything away from him, that he lost everything. He lost his wealth. He lost his health. He lost his prosperity. He lost his abundance. He lost his love. It's really like the energy of the Ten of Swords, that every sword is representing another thing that this person has lost in their life because they tried to go up against somebody that is just not even in their league. And that is the energy that I get, that this is somebody that has completely lost everything by trying to do something that they weren't supposed to be doing. And the only way that the curse was removed from this person, by them humbling themselves and getting to a state of prostrating themselves on the floor, completely laying flat on their stomach with their hands held high and their legs stretched out, and worshiping God and acknowledging how God is the ultimate ruler and the ultimate king. And that was the only way that King Nebuchadnezzar's life was restored back to normal. And that is the curse that I see that is going on this person. That this is someone that is going to lose everything, and it's all because of their arrogance. This is someone that is very arrogant, that thought that what they were doing was going to work, but this is something that is backfiring on them tenfold. You have in the outcome position, you have the Justice card that is reigning and is paired with the Magician card. This is someone getting caught with their pants down. This is someone that thought that they could send some magic, probably did a good job cloaking and everything, only for Spirit to see what was happening, and now Spirit is punishing this person for what it is that they have done. You're going to end up seeing an increase in your life, while this person is going to end up seeing a decrease. You're a very powerful person. The one thing that I see from your crossing energy is you have a very high anointing on your life. If you are not in spirituality, I think it's time for you to cross over to spirituality and really understand who you are spiritually, because you are definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, sir, I am. Shango is my dad.
Oh yeah, see, yep, Chango is my dad. So yep, Chango is very powerful. I love Chango. So yep, you are definitely, baby, you got some power. You got some power and some energy that flows in you. So utilize that.
Yes, sir.
All right, it was nice meeting you. Have a good
Nice
one.
meeting you too. Thank you.
All right, so now I am on my last read for the day. It's gonna be the exact same thing. We're gonna Elijah, what are you doing? Elijah in the kitchen doing something. I said, what are you doing? You what? What you do? Get to come down and get something to eat? Let me guess, the cookies. Oh, what you eating? You said what? Oh, biscuit. Elijah, you forgot what a biscuit is called?
Yes, for executives.
Okay, Elijah. We'll probably eat that hot chicken for dinner.
Okay.
All right. All right. I'm almost done. All right. That is the one thing that I do love about my son. My son is just like, Daddy, no rush. Take your time. I'll see you when you're done. That's the one thing that I do love about him. He understands the importance of spirituality and stuff like that, and he just be like, you know, whatever. And we did have a big meal. I did cook a big meal for lunch because I knew I was going to be doing this live, and so I already got cookies and stuff made and made some biscuits and stuff. So he's good. But I do love the fact of having a kid that really respects the energy and the spirits and stuff like that. That's really a blessing. All right, baby. So I'm focusing on you now. All right, so I'm going to see what's in this reading. If it's anything too personal, it's going to be your responsibility to send me an email so I can just do your reading through email and I'll give you the message that way. If it's not anything too personal, we're going to go ahead and get into it.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Igun. Thank you, Spirit Guides. Thank you, Ancestors. Thank you, Sarabanda. Thank you, Risha. Thank you, Yeshua. Thank you, Oludumare. Thank you, Olurun. Thank you, Olafi. Shea. All right, Two of Swords. There's a decision that needs to be made. Let's see what this decision is going to be. There's a decision that needs to be made here. What is the clarifier for the Two of Swords, Spirit? What is the clarifier for the Two of Swords, Spirit? What is the clarifier for the Two of Swords? What is the clarifier for the Two of Swords? We got the Four of Wands. Something about the home. You got to make a decision in the area of home. All right, let's see what the crossing energy is going to be. Because there's something lingering. There's the decision that you're not facing. There's something that you haven't made a decision on yet, but Spirit is telling you need to make a decision on this. What is the crossing energy? The crossing energy is the Ten of Cups with the Two of Cups. Okay, that's good. That's good. Love energy. And you have the Empress. But the Emperor, but the Emperor is with the Ten of Swords. So this is somebody that's going through some pain. But at the end of the day, you do have the Ten of Cups and the Two of Cups here. You have the Four of Wands. Somebody is depressed. Somebody is going through a slight depression. You have the King of Wands now. The King of Wands is the person that's going through this slight depression. What is the outcome? The outcome is the Chariot. The Chariot is strong, powerful movement. What is the clarifier for the Chariot, Spirit? What is the clarifier for the Chariot? And the Chariot, you have the World card, but no, where the World card is, you have the Nine of Pentacles in the World card. There's a completion, there's a cycle trying to get completed. But there's a delay here. It's a delay. You got the Five of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. The Five of Pentacles represent insecurities, but we see that majority of this energy of the insecurity is coming from the King of Wands, though. And so your overall energy is saying that, look, you gotta make a decision in the area of home. You gotta make a decision. You gotta make this decision in this area. The Four of Wands is all about home life, celebration, joy, but
Mhm.
it's focused in the home area. And so with this being an area that is saying that it's home, this could be something that is still in the house that haven't been made a decision. Sometimes when this energy comes in, it's like, should I kick my son out or should I let him stay? But he's still in
Wow.
the house. A decision haven't been made. Should I stay with, my husband? Should I let him go? But it's still being in the house, sleeping in two separate rooms, because it's saying that there's a decision that needs to be made in the home, but yet this decision haven't been made yet, and your overall energy is saying make the decision. You either need to go left or you need to go right, but it's like right now being in this lukewarm state is serving nobody. It could be bringing more confusion than it is anything, and it's saying that this is something that really needs to come to a decision. Sometimes it could be because twos are mental energy. Sometimes it could be in the mind. Do I want love or do I want to stay single? And both is winning. That you have your periods where you are like, ooh, I love being in this house without a nigga being attached. But then at
Ooh.
times you're like, oh, damn, I really wish I had somebody to cuddle with.
Mhm.
And it's saying, well, you can't be on both sides of that. You gotta come to the middle and make a decision and say which one that you want. Now, the crossing energy is getting more into love. The crossing energy is telling us we have the 10 of cups here, we have the 2 of cups here. And so, this is someone that's going through a nice honeymoon stage, love, harmony, choosing each other, taking each other cups of love. But even though that this could be that honeymoon stage, being in that loving energy, it's still saying that, look, there's somebody here that's going through a lot of pain where, this is getting with somebody and you're like, damn, I didn't know that this person was this fucked up. It's like, damn, I
Mhm.
didn't know. Damn, I didn't know this nigga had this much, going on. It's
Mhm.
like you still tripping over what your baby mama did, what your daddy did, what your uncle done did, and it's like, damn, I did not see all of this. And the crowning energy is saying that this is someone that's in a depressive energy, with the 4 of cups being here, and this person is being seen as the king of wands, so it's still being seen as the other person that this is them going through some type of slight depression. But the outcome position is the thing that catches your eye more than anything, because the outcome position is saying movement need to occur and movement need to happen. And you typically see this when you see the 2 of swords, because the chariot card is here is saying that if you don't make a decision pretty soon, a decision is going to be made for you, with the chariot card being a major arcana. It is saying that, I've given you enough time to make a decision, to juggle this energy long enough, and that if this decision is not going to be made, then I'm just going to go ahead and make this decision for you, because the chariot card is a major arcana. And the chariot card is saying that, look, we're going to ride, whether you want us to ride or not. Now, you do have as the clarifier is just pretty good, is that the decision that spirit is going to make for you, if you don't make this decision at all, this is going to pull you in the energy of the 9 of Pentacles. The 9 of Pentacles is a good energy. This is living a good, lavish lifestyle. This is someone that's living comfortable. This is someone that is in a good financial position. And the world card is the completion to a cycle. And so, whatever this is, the overall energy is just coming back to say there's a decision that is either in the home that need to be made, or that is going to affect the home in some type of way. And spirit is saying that you need to go ahead and make this decision. And
Mhm.
it's like you've been lingering on this decision long enough, and you need to go ahead and make this decision.
That's crazy you said all that because I did just make a decision and it was tough. I was fostering my niece and I had her for a year And it was a tough time because my mom is the one that kind of like to put stuff over me to force me to do stuff because she knows I have a soft heart. And my sister had just got in a situation where she got incarcerated. So that's how I ended up with her. But she has such a behavior issue where it's really, really strong. And I tried to work with my niece as much as I can. And I didn't want her to go back into the fostering system, but it was interrupting my peace here at my home that I just found because I'm one of the fire victims here in California. And I just got housing and she was came in tearing up already, kicked off one of the doors, and I can't afford to lose my housing. And I expressed that to her caseworker. So it was a tough decision that I just made.
Yep, and I would have kicked her ass out faster than you. I would have kicked her ass out faster
Oh
than
my
you,
God. You just don't
baby.
know. Cause I
I'm telling
wanted
you,
to.
and you're not gonna make me feel bad because of it. You are not gonna make me feel bad trying to give me somebody that is messing up my peace and stuff
Oh
like
my
that.
God.
That ain't spirit. That ain't aligned with spirit, baby. I would have kicked that motherfucking ass out and probably would have gave her $20 and said, "No, you don't spend this in one place." Shit.
Man, but it's my mom. She called me with that crying or sniffling and stuff like that. And I'm like, and I had been telling my mom like a week ago, like, Mom, this is hard. It ain't working. She got about 5 therapists, behaviorists,
Mhm.
everything, and it's not working. So, yeah, that's one. And then the other thing that you said about, I love my peace, but I miss having a person around me that I know is not good at times or whatever. But it's like, I like my peace and quiet.
Uh
I like
huh.
that.
And it's like, bringing the right person in, you can always just, light you a red candle and recite Psalms 24 and 25, believing that God is going to bring you love. Those are powerful incantations for love,
Mm-hmm.
and just standing on that, that is something
Mm-hmm.
that you can, do. But it's like, you did the right thing, because at the end of the day, just because it's family, it doesn't mean
Mm-hmm.
that we are required to deal with this, especially
Yep.
the energy of the 10 of swords. Because like this thing was saying, you got the 10 of cups and the 2 of cups, that this thing is still in the honeymoon stage, and you seeing
Mm-hmm.
all of this shit. You like, no, listen, baby, if it's not good in the honeymoon stage, it's going
Mm-hmm.
down from here. It don't go up.
Yeah.
It go down. And so
Yeah.
it's like, no, you made the right decision.
Yeah.
It's like
Yep.
your peace is everything. Baby, you already going through trauma. You already, survived the fire and everything else. You already going through trauma, which means
Mm-hmm.
that, and that's the thing about, family sometimes family is not, and it's always with the spiritual people. Family is not considerate of the spiritual people in the family because they see that you're going through stuff and you're going through it with grace and you're going through it with mercy because you got favor and everything on your life. But at the
Yeah.
end of the day, we still cry and suffer just like everybody else. You
Yep.
still have to mourn everything you lost, your old lifestyle and everything else,
Yes.
and then adjust to something new. This was the wrong time for you to take on a new project,
Oh my
especially
God.
something that is unpredictable. So
Yes.
it's like, no, baby, I'm sorry. At times, you got to be selfish and you got to say, the door is closed. This is my
Mm-hmm.
season to only focus on me. I'll
Mm-hmm.
reconsider everybody else once I get out of this season.
Mm-hmm. And that's me. I focus on everybody else but me. And this my time. I have to
Uh
do
huh.
this for me this go round. I can't.
Yep.
And sometimes I feel kind of bad because I've been doing it so long, going out my way for everybody. But then I pinch myself like, girl, you better get your shit. Mm-mm, don't do
Okay.
that. Don't do it.
Because I'm telling you, because the girl, the card at the bottom of the deck was the Five of Pentacles. The five of
Yeah.
the Five of Pentacles is insecurities. Like you already going through all of this person pain with the Ten of Swords. If you would have kept that baby there in that house, you would have dealt with all of her insecurities. And it's like we are not all we all don't have the energy to deal with shit like that. Like we
Yeah.
just can't. It will literally take over your life. That will be the only thing that you will be focusing on. That it will rob you of love and everything else. Because when somebody is going through stuff like that, you can't even introduce somebody new to them. It will rob you of everything. That your life is only centered around them now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you made the right
That's
decision.
exactly what happened. It kind of pushed off the person who I was already dealing with because of her being here, and she was halfway being disrespectful to him. So it was like, oh yeah, you know what? I can't even come around, or and it kind of like broke us up pretty much. But it was more stuff with him than with her, but it just added to it, and I just said, if it's meant to be, it'll happen, circle back around. If not, hey, he ain't the only one out here. But I do enjoy my peace and quiet. You just don't know.
Hey, yep. But that's the main thing is that you finally, because that's what your overall energy was the heavy thing. It's like, girl, it's a decision you got to make within your house. It's like
And
you
it was
got to
her.
make this decision.
Yep. Yeah.
So
Yep.
yep, I'm glad you made the right decision because it's like, yeah, it's sad to see family leave and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, like, and then especially, oh my God, depending on the environment they came from, I can't do it. Like with some of my sisters, I can take their kids because I know the environment
Yeah.
they came from. But some of my sisters, oh no, they'll be in foster care. I promise you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not
My
dealing with it.
sister, yeah, my sister has exposed her to so much stuff that she shouldn't
Uh-huh.
have been exposed to. So now I'm trying to bring her down from 30 to 12. She know more than me. So it's
Uh-huh.
like, I'm structured here. Like I have a son in the military that made sergeant within 3 years. Like I'm strict. I don't play them games. Like no, you get in trouble, you getting your devices taken. I'm not her like, oh, and then come hang out with me. It's just, we're night and day already.
Uh-huh.
But it's just that was the deal breaker. And she hit a real hard one this go round, and I told my mom, hey, she gotta go. She gotta
Uh-huh.
go.
Yeah, I'll be praying she
And my
find the
mom
right
haven't
foster
talked. She
home.
haven't talked to me. My mom, she ain't called me in 2 weeks. She hasn't called me or anything. And my
You'll get
mom, me and
over it.
her is like real close out of all my siblings. I'm the oldest out of 5. So she hasn't spoken to me because that was her baby that she raised because my sister couldn't do it. So she expect me to take on that pressure, and then my sister getting out and she calling, talking shit, on the phone and just disrupting my whole household. I couldn't do it. I was like,
Uh-huh.
uh.
She'll get
But
it,
yep,
she'll get over it. She'll eventually get over it because it's like,
yeah,
at the end of the day, it's like, Mama, you should have never agreed, because I have to do the same thing with my parents, So it's 16 of us. It's 16 of us, all from the same mother and father.
yeah.
And I am the fifth oldest out of everybody. And
Mm-hmm.
so I have a twin. And so me and my twin brother, everybody in the family, they see us as the oldest. They think that we're the oldest two. Like even the three that's older than us
Older
would
than you.
always
Yeah.
come to us. And
Yeah, I've
so,
watched one of your videos when you was talking about that.
yep. And I'm like, my parents are, quick that, oh, can you take this person in? Can you take this person in? And I took
Yeah.
one of my sisters in, and it was very successful. My dad talked to me all the time, and he like, man, everything you did for her, she be walking around like you her daddy, and he was like,
Mm-hmm.
she really look up to you and stuff like that, and he was like, you did a good job with her that she stayed with you. Now she's successful. She got her own business and stuff like that. And that became my favorite sister. I love her. We have a really good relationship. And I know, one of my sisters was just diagnosed with, schizophrenia, and even her, I was
Mm-hmm.
like, let her stay with me. I can take care of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's under my anointing to deal with. But then one of
Mm-hmm.
my other sisters, I was like, oh hell no, let her be homeless. If I'm the only option,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, mom and daddy, y'all can be mad and everything else, but I
Yeah.
know that energy is not for me, because if
Yep.
she come in my home, I'm probably
Yep.
gonna end up in jail, and that's
Yep.
not fair to Elijah, because I'm gonna end up beating the shit out of her ass. And
Yep.
I'm like,
Yep.
no, she's too disrespectful. She say too much shit. Like even her friends, family, nobody fuck with this girl no more. And I'm like, no. I'm like, mama, no. Let she. You said she stand in her car. That's a good place. At least it's
Yep.
not the streets.
Yep. Hey,
Shit.
sometimes it has to be like that.
I'm telling
But
you.
yeah, that is exactly the decision in everything. So, you're my first reader, and I really appreciate and honor what you gave me, because I've never had anything read, and I'm glad I caught you when I did. I've been waiting for you, as you can see.
Oh
But
yeah.
thank you so much, and I'm gonna continue on. You're gonna do my readings from here on out.
Okay.
Just remember me, Ladybug, or whatever. I'm not gonna take too much of your time. I know it's 9 o'clock and everything. It's late. I do respect everybody's time, but yeah, that decision has been made.
That is good. Well, it was nice meeting you, and we'll chat again.
Okay, remember me now. Don't
All right.
forget me. I'm here in California. I know you in AZ and
Oh yeah.
everything. We on the same time frame, so
Oh yeah.
yeah, I will be sending something to you, because I want to continue, everything, because I have a lot of stuff going on, but this was the main core. This was it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad that we connected.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Good
No
night,
problem.
everybody.
All
And you know
right.
what? LKLN, she came through and monitored everything for you with no hesitation. So she was
Yes.
good tonight. I want to also thank her too.
Yes. Yeah. I appreciate her, because I'm like, I didn't even know you can have a modifier on here.
Uh-huh. But she came in, she handled business like she was your assistant. She went on and got to it. She
Okay.
got through it for you, and see, she changed her whole screen up and everything for you. But yeah, she was very good, and she did her job.
Oh yeah. I love that.
Okay, I'm not gonna hold you no more, but thank you so much.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye. All right, so it was definitely nice, chatting with everybody tonight. It was nice, meeting everybody. This was definitely a really successful reading. Normally, I would be off by 7, but Elijah is here because Elijah has a program that I have to pick him up at 7:30, and so normally I would have to stop and run and get him. But so even thank you to Elijah. I really do thank my son, because he could have easily said, like, hey daddy, this is my time, get off the internet, spend time with me. But he's very patient, and he understand that this is something I really love. I love spirituality. I love helping people in this type of way. And so I really do thank my son for allowing me to have the time to stay on here and continue doing readings for people. So shout out to Elijah. I love my 14-year-old baby, even though he's taller than me right now, because I believe he's 6'2" and I'm just 6 feet. And then special shout out to LKLN. I mean, that was a blessing, because I don't be knowing what I be doing on picking who get to come on. And I mean, she had this shit down pat. She already had y'all lined up that I can see who's next, and I get off with one person, get on with the next person. Oh my god, I would appreciate that every time, because I'm like, that was so beautiful. It made this process extremely easy. So make sure make sure that you send me a DM giving me your email, because tomorrow I'm going to do a reading for you and I'm going to email you the reading. But I really do, I really do appreciate you, man. That was such a blessing. You said you've been following me on YouTube. See, it's my YouTube family. I love when my YouTube family come through, man. My YouTube family is so fucking strong. I love my YouTube family. Man, my YouTube family is everything. But I really do appreciate you. Send me a DM, send me your email, and I'm going to make sure to give you a very, detailed reading, on the house, because that was a blessing. Man, you made this just a whole lot easier. It was so fucking smooth. Man. Oh, thank God. That was a blessing in disguise that I didn't even know I needed. Man. So I really do appreciate y'all. It's time for me to go in the kitchen and cook something for Elijah, because I know he's hungry. So I'm going to go ahead and get dinner ready. We finna stay up and watch a couple of episodes. And it was a blessing interacting with everybody. And once again, man, thank God for my motherfucking moderator. Man, thank you. I really do appreciate everybody. Everybody have a good night. And I'm going to post this on YouTube. It's probably going to end up being posted tomorrow, so that if anybody want to come back on and listen to your reading, it's going to be available on YouTube. The link is in the bio. All you got to do is go to the bio of my TikTok and click on the YouTube link, and it will take you straight to my YouTube channel. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.